Okie dokie. We are up and running. Let's let people start rolling in. Put an announcement in the Discord too, probably, right? Yeah, so I should fix my... Oh, calm down there, phone. You had one job. How's it going, everybody? Okay. Let's copy this, copy this, copy this. Put that there. Oh, we're so close, friends. We're so close. You guys are being so effervescently patient. Boo! Okay. What's up, nerds? Who's here? Let's see. Where's chat? What's up, Pierce the Sky? What's up, Miles? What's up, Nova? Let me turn this light on, too. Ooh. How's everybody feeling tonight? I hope you're doing well. We're going to be looking at a wheel. Oh yes, the mighty wheel. She returns tonight. Speaking of which, let's get the wheel ready to go, shall we? I wrote this song. Not really. Not really, chat. Calm down. Hey, Gina. How's it going, friend? How you doing? We're doing a wheel tonight, and we're combining the whole wheel into one big thing. So basically, there's a four... Oh, I need to... This is what I needed to do. I remember what I needed to do. Okay. I need to say... Submit your... brew and questions here. Do that. I need to post that. I need to pin that. And then I need to do the same thing on YouTube. Boom! And now I don't need to explain how to do it. Magical. Glorious. All right, next song. My chair's a little low. It's been a while since I've streamed. Friends, I was at the beach with my family. It was nice. I started reading Warhammer books, real Warhammer books, which has been pretty cool. I'm the Schwa. What you doing? You silly goose. Thank you. Very kind. Very kind. Fluffcopter. 16 months. You guys have been around, man. We've been hanging, huh? Here's the Sky has an important announcement for everybody. We matter, or rather you matter. You're valued. And you're freaking amazing people. That's a nice way to start the show, I think. Okay, so let's talk about how this works. We have a form that you can submit either a question that is related to D&D, a unfinished piece of homebrew that you want help with, or a finished piece of homebrew that you want me to review. The form is pinned both in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat, and you can send in whatever you want. Then we put your submissions on a big wheel. We spin that wheel, and then if we land on you, we address your specific concern. If you have a question, we answer the question. If you have a piece of homebrew that's unfinished, we try to help you with the part that you need help with. And if you have a finished piece of homebrew, we critically review it. Something really important to keep in mind here, friends. When somebody is making homebrew, whether that's you or me or some random jabroni, inevitably they put a little bit of their heart into it. Inevitably, it is going to be something that they care about. And if you are not used to getting feedback, if you are not used to being criticized for your art, that can be a little bit of a hard thing. So I want you to know, as somebody that might have submitted some homebrew, that when I'm being critical of your homebrew, I'm not being critical of you. When I'm talking about things in your homebrew that might be a little jank, that might be completely broken, if I start to look genuinely frustrated while I'm reading it, I'm not frustrated with you. And I'm also, it's not an indicator of you or your value at all. It is entirely just an indicator of how I alone feel about your homebrew in its current state. So one of the things that we try to do when we send in homebrew is we try to not be defensive. And that's really hard to do. But you want to not be defensive because at the end of the day, it's your homebrew. You decide what feedback you're going to listen to, what feedback you're not going to listen to. But if your goal is to get an unbiased opinion of the thing you've made, then that inherently doesn't involve you in the conversation. Now, you are the owner of the conversation, but that specific piece of it isn't really for you. It's for you to observe and to take from and to decide whether the people that are talking about it know what they're talking about or not. But if you... At the end of the day, a lot of the time, you are not going to be there to defend your homebrew or to explain your homebrew, especially if you're someone that's posting it on the internet or trying to make money doing it, that sort of thing. So it's good to get that opinion that doesn't involve you. It also can be a very valuable way to see where the way you think your homebrew is working mistranslates on the page. Because a lot of the time, we have a very clear idea of what we want something to be, but when it comes to actually turning that idea into something made manifest, that it can get a little bit lopsided because you made your homebrew. You've thought about it a lot. You understand all of its nuances and weird little tiddly bits, but someone that isn't in your brain might not notice that. So they're going to help spot, or me in this case, hopefully, are going to help spot places where maybe it's clear in your head how it's supposed to work, but it's not clear on the page yet. What else do we want to say? Is there any other preamble, or is that enough? I think that might be enough preamble. I can't decide. Also, just know, okay, a little bit more. Also, just know that, like, making homebrew is cool. It's a really nice thing to do. When you make homebrew, you are making a toy for someone to play with. It's like a really good thing. So be pumped that you've made some homebrew. Don't be don't feel like it has to even be that good for you making it being a good thing. Does that make sense? Wiggle waggle wiggle waggle wiggle waggle boom. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. What's up, Sun Man Moon Fan? That's a good name. Into the Indie, I saw you send something in. I'm excited to take a look at it. All right, let's see. How's the wheel looking? All right. We got 2 more submissions to put on it, and then I think we'll get started. Cool. First, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for deciding to come hang out with us. Don't you hate it when people ask, can I ask you a question? Cinder, when are we going to do that thing that you messaged me about? I got really excited about it. Let's get on a call soon to talk about it, because I'm excited about it too, but we need to, I need to hash out details, and a lot of what we will or won't do is going to be dependent on what your recording setup can be, because I want for folks that don't know, I can reveal it. I'm doing a little mini series where you're watching an adventuring party go through like grimdark Warhammer style cyberspace and maybe other dimensions depending on how it goes. And I'm inviting some of my friends to potentially play some characters. But I don't want the fact that you are recording in a different space to break the immersion of the show. I want it to fit. So depending on what you're comfortable with for your setup, we need to know whether your character is someone that's like in the same room, like if we can set it up to look like that, or whether they're like calling on like a phone or something. You know what I mean? So depending on what sort of physical tech setups we're able to do, that'll help sort of figure out what sort of character would make sense for you to play, and then also how we can interject you into it. You know what I mean? Like, I really like the show being jank, but I want all of the jank to work. So I want to take advantage of the limitations of the recording spaces and lean into that to help sort of almost like to help constrain it a little bit, because I think that constraint will uplift it. Similarly to how when you're making a D&D character, if you want to do a Wild West campaign, you might need to put some parameters on what sort of characters people can make to really help embody the Wild West campaign. Next week, for sure. We can definitely talk next week. All right. We can talk next week for sure. Also, I'm glad you're good. Also, are you going to Gen Con? Also, will I see you there? Okay. You guys want to see the wheel? Prepare yourselves. Everybody put a little wiggles out there for the wheel. A little wheel wiggle. Give me your wheel wiggles, guys. Also, who just said hi? What's up, Sam? How's it going, buddy? I see a wiggle. Boom! Here's the wheel. Take a look. Glorious, isn't she? I could have waited. You know what I could have done? I could have waited for the music to drop, but I didn't. Here, let me try again. Ready? For the wheel? Boom! Oh, I fucked it up. Boom! Oh, I'm messing it up bad. Oh, the music's way too loud, huh? Oh my god. Guys, why didn't you tell me the music was so loud? Wait, I need to fix this. Give me 1 second. Jesus, it's loud. There we go. Now it's nice and quiet. We're going to probably turn it to sort of more passive music soon. Anyway, here's the wheel. Look at her. Oh, goodness gracious. Glory unto her. Some people ask me why the wheel is gendered. And I don't know. I can't answer that question. If I could, I would. But, you know, we don't all know what we're talking about. You didn't submit yours late. If you submitted it just now, I can add it just now. So if you're new, also hi, welcome nondescript game. I update the wheel after every spin. So since we haven't spun yet and you just told me, I can literally update it right now. Boom, you're on the wheel, buddy. Kabam! No one's too late. We're all on time. I got you, bud. Le gasp. All right, should we give her a spin? I have a little bit of a chill. I don't know why. It's never too late for now. True. All right. 1, 2, 3. Bucket a 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 bucket a. Oh my god, are we gonna start with the person who just submitted? Oh, it's first time chatter. Galdenas. Let's see what you have. You have a question about homebrew. Amazing. Let's grab your brew first. Get out of here. All right. This formatting is really tricky. Are you in the chat? You're in the chat right now. Do you want to... Okay, question. Before we start talking about it, do you want to join me on a call and discuss your question with me, or do you want me to just read it? I'll tell you what. I will... What's up, Robert? How's it going? I'm going to give you a piece of feedback that's an initial piece of feedback. This is very hard to read. This is very hard to read, and I think you know why it's very hard to read, but in case you don't, this is one big paragraph. Like, I don't know where one ability ends and one ability begins, so I'm going to tell you immediately. I know this is probably not the feedback you're asking for, but that's really important to format in your homebrew, and I would not wait till the end to do it. It's so much easier to read homebrew when everything is split apart into different sections. And when it's like this, I'm not going to be able to do a super good overview. What is this? Because it's like it's like work. And I don't mean work like, oh, work is hard, but like literally the lizard brain is like, this is work to do. So I'm going to skim read this, and let me see what your question is. So this is a race based on wyverns. You think got messed up? It's okay. This is not what it looked like initially? All right, well, don't worry about it. Let's see what you got here. You said, I can't really come up with lore, and I don't really know how to balance. Well, I think the lore... Okay, let me say two things about that. One, I think lore is often like where homebrew starts, but it's not always. Sometimes you have a cool mechanical idea. Like you have a cool idea for like game mechanics you want to do, but you don't know how to apply lore to them. I'm going to assume that's what's happening here. Or maybe you just thought wyverns were cool, so you tried to make a wyvern race and then couldn't come up with lore. If it's the first one, that's not an issue. If it's the second one, I think lore doesn't actually matter that much if the mechanic that you are implementing is really unique and strong enough. Like if you have a really cool idea for a D&D race that is like animate objects that become people or back again. We had someone that sent something like that in before. That idea is interesting enough that I would argue it doesn't really need lore. You know what I mean? Now, if you were like, I just like the idea of a wyvern, so I want to make a wyvern race, and now I don't know where to come up with lore, I think you have a wonderful place to start where to come up with lore, which is the wyvern race. Like, look up wyverns. So what I would do if I were you is I would genuinely go to D&D Beyond or wherever you go to get your D&D knowledge. Go to wyverns. Let's take a look at the wyvern. And we're not worried about the stat block. And use this. If this was not the nature of a creature, but the culture of a nation or the culture of a people, what would they be like? And I would start there. And I think that's going to be the best way that you build your lore if you don't really know where to start, but you already have something that your idea is inspired by. Let's quickly skim some of these features. Let's see what we got going on here. You have dark vision. You have a fly speed of 40 feet is very strong. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you have a fly speed of 40 feet, you can't really give them anything else that powerful, kind of at all. So even getting the natural AC plus the fly speed might be too much. Let's see. You get a bite attack. The bite attack is really strong with it being a D8. I feel like a D8 is pretty high. If you want to think about what dice size you should make your physical attacks, you want to think about it almost by like the size of the thing that is attacking. So like if you are attacking with like your hands, that's small, right? So that's like a D4. If you're attacking with your mouth, but you have like an extra big mouth, maybe that's a D6. But a D8 is like the size of a longsword. You can also use it to your advantage. So like, let's say you wanted to make a D&D race that was like a giant toad person where their mouth is like a third of their body. Maybe they would get a weird bite attack that was like a D10 to sort of represent how big their mouth was. They also get a poison attack. Let's see. It does poison damage if to make a con saving throw, or it does more poison damage. If you're going to do something like this, it's probably going to need to be limited in use. Oh, you have it. It's once per short rest. I see that. I think this feature is fine. I don't think it's anything super hectic. I do think that it feels odd that there's no other mention of you having a tail, but you having a poisonous stinger. Like, where does it come from? If that makes sense. Like, that just feels like there's something missing there. And it does feel like a lot on top of... Right now, this is basically like a lizard folk, but much better. Not being able... I'm going to be honest here. I see what you're doing with Unusual Build to try to make it so it's like, you're really a monster. The problem with that is it creates a lot of limitations that I genuinely think are going to take away from the fun. And it makes it So it really pigeonholes the thing you have to be into a very specific thing. So like, for example, this, if you're going to be this, you should probably just be a monk. You're just going to be so much better. Also, when you can't manipulate objects or wear things, it limits your ability to get magic items, which is not necessarily an issue if the dungeon master is willing to figure out ways to make you get magic items, but that is putting a lot of work on the dungeon master's plate. The thing that you have to keep in mind when you are trying to create a player option that is inspired by a monster is that monsters are very simple intentionally. They're not designed to be able to do a crazy amount of things. Like if we look at the Wyvern has 2 different types of actions it can take, and that is it. So it's very straightforward in what it does. Now, it has stats which allow it to interact with the world in any number of ways based on like how D&D works. But when you are basically making it so you can only use those types of abilities, you're really making a player character sort of into a monster, but with the double-edged sword of now they are also as limited. And a monster should be limited because it's designed to do a specific thing for a specific encounter. You usually don't encounter, it's not like you don't fight the same monster 20 times in a row, but you do play the same character 20 times in a row. So I think that in its current state, even with this downside here, I think it's definitely overpowered. And I think that this downside doesn't help balance that. It just constricts it. If I were you, the thing that I would do is I might pick a lane. I mean, I would say, what is the thing that you are most interested in about a Wyvern? And I would focus on that. So like, if you like the idea of them being like these like ambushy predators of the sky, maybe they get some sort of leap glide or something, or the ability to apply poison to an attack or something. But when you just throw it all in, it just feels like a little bit too much. The other thing that I would do if I were you just in general is take a look at the lizard folk race. So lizard folk are really similar to the thing you made. Where is this? Where is it? Nope, that's the wrong one. Why aren't you loading? Are you going to be annoying right now, D&D Beyond? Can I not use you? What if I go this way? Where are you, lizard boys? There. Okay, so your guy gets a natural armor speed, a unique movement ability, a bite, and a sting. This guy gets a unique movement speed, but it's a swim speed instead of a fly speed. They get the same natural armor. They get a bite, but it is unquestionably weaker. They get a unique thing where they can do a special bite. It doesn't do more damage, but you get temporary hit points, and it's limited in use, while yours gets a special thing that is just better. You see what I mean? The other thing that this thing gets is it gets some stuff that's kind of more flavorful. Your ability to hold your breath for 15 minutes is definitely useful, but there's a lot of flavor in that too. And then this is a really easy way to add some flavor. Now, I know you gave your guy proficiency in perception, but a lot of the time, if you give an option here, it can help fill out the vibe in like a deeper way. So just some things to think about. I think you definitely need some work. Also, for the love of God, format, my guy. Formatting is so good. It's like if you've ever been to a format store, you'd be like, oh, baby, give me that format. You know what I mean? Where's my applause button? Why's my caps lock on? If you have any questions, let me know, but those be my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing. All right, let's see. Anybody new for the wheel? Let's take a look. Two new people for the wheel. Ooh la la. Who just became a member? What was that? Who just did that? Rex! What's up, buddy? The new D&D 40K videos have been sick. Thanks, man. I have a couple questions about Kane. Are you enjoying the book? What characters stand out to you? I really like it so far. I'm going to be honest. I'm not crazy far into it yet. I think I'm like, maybe like, it's a bunch of books. I know it's a collection of books. I think I'm like 150 or 200 pages in out of like 800 pages. Dice Admirable. What's up? 16 months. What's up? We missed our quinceañera. I know. It's okay. I love you, though. Who do I like the most so far? I don't know. We're still getting to know characters. There's not a lot of characters that have been around a lot. He's still sort of hopping around. Jurgen is a lot of fun. But I mean, I love Kane. I love how, I'll tell you what I like about it so far. He sees himself as a scoundrel, and he almost like does this thing where he like makes the altruistic or the clever or the sort of hero's choice almost every time. But he always has some excuse for why it's not actually the hero's choice in his mind, why it's a selfish choice. And it's like he's trying to defend himself against being the hero of the Imperium. So it's this weirdly like, it's like propaganda, anti-propaganda. It's fun. It's really fun. He's a really fun character. And I do think that, like, I'll tell you what I think about it the most so far. I think if you took, because if you haven't read Hero of the Imperium, is it in here? No, it's not in here. It's basically like, it's a collection of stories, and each of the chapters, they tell a long-going story, but they're all almost their own individual little like short stories too. And it's very much like Wild West folk hero type stories, where he's like going place to place, sort of cleverly solving problems, almost like Jack type fairy tales, but the setting is Warhammer 40K. It's great. I think it's really fun. I could see how if I read the whole thing in a row, well, actually I don't know, because I'm not far enough yet. I heard some people say that the structure gets like repetitive, but I'm not deep enough in that the structure got repetitive yet. So I still really like it. And I think Kane is just great. Oh, but this is what I was going to say. I think if you were going to make a Warhammer 40K TV show, let me rephrase that. If I was going to make a Warhammer 40K TV show, I would make it the Hero of the Imperium stories. It would not focus on Space Marines. It would focus on a guy like Commissar Kane. I mean, I would just take Kane's stories. Literally every little chapter could almost be an episode. Like, it's really written like a television show. I think if they made a television show out of Hero of the Imperium, it would be fucking great. And I think it would land really well too, because it isn't just grimdark. It is funny, and it's weird, and it's like I have a friend who I think would really like the book Hero of the Imperium, but I don't think they would like Warhammer 40K. And I think that would probably be true for a lot of people, because at least so far, it's such a very specific lens into Warhammer 40K that I feel like it is so critical of itself because of the narrator, because of how critical Kane is, that it makes it really work and makes it feel elevated. I don't know. I really like it. And they're just fucking fun, man. One of my favorite stories so far was he's with this battalion, or he's with this crew, and there's these two separate crews, and they need to join up and become a crew, and they're all really pissed about it, and they're like getting to like fights and shit. And he goes into the cafeteria where basically a riot is breaking out, and he's like, I don't want to have to deal with all the paperwork of like, now we're gonna have to court-martial people and shit. So to try to, instead of starting to shoot people like what a commissar might do, he basically says, hey, there's a giant mess in here. What's going on? You grab some buckets. You grab some mops. This cafeteria cannot look like this. And like throws them all so off guard that they just kind of like the fight. It just like deflates the rage, and it sort of rage turns into perplexion. And then they just clean up the cafeteria. It's fucking great. And it's like, it's so not what you would expect in Warhammer 40K. It's such a, like, I really like that. So yeah, I think it's great. Big recommend so far, but I'm not all the way through it, but I really like it so far. That was a long answer to your question. I hope that it's satisfied. Oh my God, we got somebody else on the wheel in that little bubble. 1, 2, pick up shoe. Bucket a 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 bucket a. You submitted a thing? Nice. Don't be scared. Mitch. Listen, if you also don't want as a critical thing, just say it's not done and ask a question. All right, Mitch, what you got for us today? This is a finished piece of homebrew, so we're looking for more of just a straightforward review. So, as always, when you're doing more of a straightforward review, I ask you to sort of keep quiet while we're talking about it, because we really want your piece to stand up for itself. And if there's any miscommunication or disassociation that we have during it, that's probably worth you knowing. And if I misunderstand something, and chat can correct me if I misunderstand something, but if we all collectively misunderstand something, that is important for you to know. You know what I mean? All right, so let's take a look at this thing. Also, I'll share this one with the chat. I forgot to do that last time. Mobby. Here it is. If you guys want to give it a gander as well. The audiobooks for Kane are genuinely well made, full production. I might get the audiobooks. I was reading because I was at the beach, and I read a lot at the beach. My favorite thing to do at the beach is to read and just hang out with my family. So I was reading a lot, but I don't read a lot in my regular life. All right, let's take a look at this thing. But I'm trying to do more. Okay, just so you know, Mitch, you spelled the name of these guys different on your sheet as you did in here, but that's okay. You should. That's just funny to me. The Morvel. You're at more rival in your post. The Morvel are humans that were transformed by the Shadowfell, though not undead. The shadow of death follows them. My biggest concern is Cloak of Pitch. I've heard differing things as to whether it would be better as it is or to change it to a single target ability that recharges on a short rest. I found the feature actually pretty powerful with the blind fighting style or Devil Sight. All right, let's take a look at it. This is called the Morvel. Morvel, I hardly know Vel. Let me make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Oh, chat. Okay. Meaning, Mitch, I don't know if you're here, but if you're here or watching this later, you should also know that there is a race that kind of does this already, called the Shadar Kai, and they're a subrace of elves. I'm not saying this needs to be that or even should be that, but what I would do if I were you, if you didn't look them up, you should look them up to get a vibe of what they're like, just to make sure that this feels different. And I don't even mean mechanically different. I mean like this part, like the lore, you know? They were once human residents of the Shadowfell that were mutated by its gloomy magic. Their skin varies from pale to dark gray. Supernaturally long, dark shadows. That's fun. They can shape to cause drape off to cause to drape off them like a curtain. Let me read that sentence again. They supernaturally long this sentence. I see what you're going for here. Fix this sentence. Your grammar is fucked here. They have. I think it's maybe the word you're missing. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. Legend tells that their race's progenitor made a pact with the Spectre of Death. Him and his posterity would shepherd the undead of the Shadowfell to their destination. A return to death would follow his descendants and comfort them so they would be at peace when their time finally came. All of these sentences feel a little wordy, if I'm being honest. They're fine. Don't edit as I'm reading, please. It irks me. Just wait. Or open it and don't edit while I'm reading, please. All of these sentences feel a little long in the tooth. They all feel a little wordy. I think maybe it's the passive voice. I'm not exactly sure, but if I were you, I would play around with this. Him and his is a really bad way to start a sentence. Play around with your sentence structure here. Here's a challenge to give yourself. Somewhere between this sentence and this sentence, there needs to be a sentence that is 4 words long. That's your challenge. Make that work, and I bet this will feel a lot better. Because that little 4-word sentence is going to act as almost like a charge for the reader. Think about it like this. It's like making rhythm. It's giving the brain a little bit of a badoom. Our minds are always trying to solve problems because of the nature of our survival as a species. And that translates into a lot of things in the modern era. But one of the things that it translates to very accurately, which is weird, is reading and writing. And when we see a lot of things that have a similar our mind kind of malaises a little bit because our lizard brain is like, I know what the pattern is. There's no threat here. I don't need to pay as much attention. But when you break up the way you're writing with really long sentences, really short sentences, that sort of thing, really punchy first words of sentences, it triggers that part of the brain where it's like, oh, things are changing. I need to now pay attention again because there might be danger. Now, you're not going to get like anxious about it, but it literally is just going to make the person who's reading it pay more attention. Hope that makes sense. Let's see what we get. Our speed is 30 feet. We're humanoid. I wish there was a creature type that wasn't undead that could fit the Shadowfell, but there isn't. Not really. I guess aberration, but I wouldn't make this guy an aberration. Shadow play. As an action, you may... This is a opinion thing, but I am going to tell it to you now. The word may is not nearly as strong a word when you're writing D&D mechanics as the word can. So I would, in general, replace the word may with can. And the biggest difference here is very pedantic, and I acknowledge that, but I still think it's true, which is that when you say the word may, you are giving permission. When you say the word can, you are explaining something that they have the ability to do. And I don't know why I feel so strongly about it, but I really do. They don't use the word may that much in the official text also, which might play into why it feels off when I read that. A lot of third-party books use the word may, but I still disagree with it. Okay, as an action, you may dim natural night to dim light or natural dim light to mundane darkness. This is a really bad sentence. You got to fix that. In a 10-foot cone from you in a direction you choose. This effect lasts until you die or use an action to pick a new direction to dim light. What? Until you die? So you just have darkness... Okay. Here's what I would do. I'm going to be really honest here. I have no idea why this is on until you die. If this is just a thing that is always on, it shouldn't be written this way. That's crazy. That's absurd. So either you make this an ability where you activate it and it's on for a limited amount of time, or you reword it so it can be a passive feature, because that's absurd. That's a crazy fucking thing to do. The other thing I would do is I would say this, change the way you write this to, you change an area of dim light to darkness or bright light to dim light is how you would word that. Or something like that, but that's how you would word that. Other than that, I think, yeah, I would make this a passive feature. This don't make no sense like this. This is silly. I get it that you wanted to make it like their shadow, but this is one of those things where you don't want the flavor to... You don't need to make it the mechanics so accurate to the flavor that it makes the gameplay... that it feels weird mechanically. You know what I mean? Like, I would just make it a little AoE. I feel like that would be make so much more sense. As a bonus action, you may call upon your shadow to cover a number of medium or small creatures or objects equal to your proficiency bonus other than yourself within 10 feet of you. And this is such a long sentence. What the fuck? Oh my God. Okay. What are we doing? We are covering creatures or objects in darkness. Why don't we just cover the area in darkness? You do realize you could take out literally all of these words and just say area. Just make it... What are we doing here? This condition ends early if the creature leaves a 10-foot... It's literally an AoE feature. What are we doing here? Or you dismiss it as a bonus action. You can use this feature once per long rest. Okay, I'm going to say this. What is the point? What is the point of the creature being in darkness? What is the goal mechanically? Not flavor-wise, mechanically. I would say whatever the goal is mechanically, I would focus this feature so it is more focused on doing that and less focused on giving somebody asking someone to interpret how that's going to affect things. Because I don't really know how that's going to affect things, you know? What does it mean for, you know what I mean? I'm asking in a way that I want you to think about that answer. I want you to think about what the answer to that question is, and then that should be what guides this feature. Because what does shrouding creatures or objects in darkness do? Does it affect them if they have or don't have dark vision? I don't really know. Because if a creature is in darkness on their body, but immediately outside of them is light, I would argue they're probably not affected by darkness if they're attacking a creature that isn't in the darkness. Do you know what I mean? So I would say it probably doesn't affect creatures that can't have dark vision. And then I would say, well, I know that there are certain features and abilities that are affected by creatures being in darkness. So it would affect those. Like, maybe they would be better at hiding. So that's the only, aside from like very niche spells or abilities that are affected by darkness, the real main thing it would affect is creatures' ability to spot you. It would be your ability to hide and creatures' ability to see you. So if I were you, I would reword this entirely to make it basically just do that. Cloak of Pitch. It's a bonus action. You can target a creature within some range of you. That creature has advantage on stealth checks, and creatures have disadvantage on perception checks made to spot them. They keep this so long as they stay within 10 feet of you, period. Something like that. Like, I would just cut the whole darkness mechanic out. Because it feels like you're asking a question to the person who's using it and not giving them an answer. Brent, thank you for the resub. How's it going, buddy? It's not darkness the spell, though, because darkness is an area. When you make darkness just target a creature, it changes a lot of what darkness does. Because the whole point of darkness is you can't see where the guy is. If the guy is covered in darkness and the whole area around him is light, I know exactly where the guy is. You know what I mean? So I think you got to ask yourself what the goal of this is a little bit more specifically and build it to do that. Shepherd of Dead. You know one necromancy cantrip of your choice from any spell list. Wisdom is your spellcasting. I would let them pick their spellcasting modifier here. I wouldn't force it to be wisdom. And I probably would cut the necrotic damage ignores spells resistances. That's weird. It feels very limiting. You just told us we could take a necromancy cantrip from any spell list and then gave us a feature that really punishes us if we don't pick a cantrip that deals damage. You know? I wouldn't do that. I would just cut that. Whoa, I got a shout out on Pirate Software's Twitch channel? When? Okay, what? Actually? Wait, what? What? Are you fucking with me? Are you fucking with me? When did I get that shout out? Where? How many people are watching right now? Okay, there's 46 people watching on YouTube and 23 watching on Twitch. Please help me find the clip. Please help me. There's 60 some people here. All I ask is, it doesn't matter. Listen, if I'm on your second monitor, just take a moment, guys. I don't want your subs. I don't want your money. I just want your help finding a clip where Pirate Software mentioned me, because that's exciting. Okay, so that's all I ask. We're going to get back to this. I'm going to get back to this. Everybody calm down. I'm going to calm down. I'm going to get back to this. But you have homework, and your homework is due before the end of the stream tonight, chat. And it's helped me find that in a clip or just timestamp it in the video or the stream. So I just want to see it. I want to see it. That just gave me a little chill. Caramba! Okay. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Let's check this out. All right, calm yourselves. Ready, set, go. Okay. We're calm. Okay, so let me talk. Who sent this in? Mitch. Overall feedback. I don't think Cloak of Pitch. I think you need to change Cloak of Pitch to make it more focused, and that will largely determine how powerful it is. I don't think it's too powerful. I think once per short rest is fine. I'm going to be honest here, man. Depending on how you focus this ability, I would actually make it proficiency bonus times per short rest, and it needs a timer on it. And I think that would work. Especially if you focus it in so it's not doing every interpretation of how darkness could be. Do you know what I mean? In terms of shadow play, this would be the ability where I let you play with darkness as more of like a general thing. Like this should not be where you play with general darkness. This should be where you play with a game mechanic that this can do. I think this is where you play with general darkness. Also, depending on how much you play with it here, this might need some element of focus to maintain. Maybe it requires concentration, or maybe, I don't know. Maybe it requires a bonus action to maintain. I don't know what it should be. It really will depend on how powerful you want this feature to be. But overall, I don't think this is too strong. I really, really, really like the idea behind both of these features. Even though I don't mechanically agree with their implementation right now, what you're going for here, I think, is really solid and really fun and really interesting. And I would even say, if I were you, and you don't need to do this, by the way, but if I were you, I would say completely cut out Shepherd of the Dead. Fine-tune these two. And if in fine-tuning these two, this becomes a little bit weaker and is proficiency bonus times per rest, I would give this between 1 and 2 other features that are not just they get a spell or a cantrip from another thing. Do you know what I mean? Make something unique here. Or maybe not something unique in terms of like it has to be a brand new feature, but something that helps build out these guys in their more general sense. So like, I'm not saying you should give them proficiency and stealth, but something that would help flesh them out that isn't just an action-oriented feature. Action-oriented features are amazing, and we talk about this a lot. But, you want those passive ones too, because in an ideal situation, your character always feels like their character. You know? And getting access to spells and features like this is going to go 85% of the way there. But sometimes it's good to feel like your character when they're not using something special. Or not, I mean, they're always going to feel like a character, but sometimes it's good to have them feel unique even when they're not doing something special. Have them feel unique even when they're just like lounging or almost in a more reactionary way. And the way that we do that is by giving a little bit of something passive that is just sort of always happening. You don't need to do this, by the way. This is definitely not something that every D&D species does, but I think it's a good like habit to get into with your writing, where you sort of balance the things you're making with action-oriented stuff and passive stuff. You don't want too much of better to have more action-oriented stuff than more passive-oriented stuff, but you want a little bit of both. Do you have any questions now that we're done talking about it? Where did Pirate Software mention me? Also, guys, if you are in my Discord, I give you full permission to DM me on Discord if you find it. You can send me a DM. You found it? Fluffcopter, DM it to me right now. Let me see. Or if you don't DM it to me, because I don't think you can post in the Discord. I don't think you can post in the I don't think you can post in the stream chat. Post it in Discord somewhere and at me. You'll send me? Okay. I'll be patient. I don't want to be patient. I don't want to be patient. Could you be a little bit more specific on your opinion of the design direction of Cloak and Pitch? So, like, specifically, I think, like, what is your goal here? Is your goal to make it so you are debilitating a creature because they are in darkness, so they're having a hard time? Or so that a creature can take advantage of being in darkness? And then make it mechanics that focus in one of those directions. Do you know what I mean? That's what I think. I don't think it should be both, because right now I think it could be both or neither, depending on how a dungeon master interpreted it. Also, I don't know if it should be magical darkness. Like, I feel like it shouldn't, because then it's just they are automatically blinded, and that feels too strong. Maybe I misunderstood that before. If it's going to debilitate a creature, I think it needs to not last that long. And I think it needs to be weaker than the blindness condition. Probably. Because there's no saving throw. It's a bonus action as opposed to an action. Like, think about it like this. The closest thing to this ability, if you wanted to debilitate a creature, is the spell Blindness Deafness. That is a second level spell that requires an action to cast. And I don't think it requires concentration. But it requires an action to cast, and there is a saving throw involved. So I just think you need to keep that in mind here. So I would maybe make it a little... I don't know if I'd make it quite as strong as the Blindness Deafness spell, or I would literally just make it one free casting of the Blindness Deafness spell. But when you build things that give you access to spells in D&D races, the way that it works is usually you get a first level spell once a day at level 1, and then at level 3 you get like a second level spell once a day too. That's usually how it works. So that's main feedback. I think it's too powerful if it's just a uncounterable, unavoidable, no saving throw required, bonus action blindness, which is sort of what it feels like it is right now. All right. Give me a second. I hope that helps clarify. I think the idea is really fun, though. Originally, the darkness would give disadvantage against or by the covered creature. I mean, I think you could do something like that, too. That's sort of what I mean by not making it built on literally it making magical darkness, but it doing a thing. Like, that thing being advantage, disadvantage in some direction, whether it's regarding a creature's ability to hide, or a creature's ability to be hit, or a creature's ability to hit things, or whatever. Mechanically, the creature wouldn't have disadvantage as it is now. Adam, I feel like you're overthinking it, man, because now you're just sort of confusing me. I really am not sure what direction you're going in, so I'm just going to repeat what I said before. I think to make this feature work, completely cut out magical darkness and make this do a thing that darkness would do that you want it to do. I don't really know how to be more clear than that. So I hope that makes it clear. And by that, I mean, make it so they have disadvantage on stuff. Make it so stuff has advantage on them. Make it so they have advantage on stuff. Any of those types of things. I think the problem is literally the Shroud of Magical Darkness, because there's too many. I don't know exactly what this is supposed to be doing. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Let's see what this... Okay, let's see this. Give me 1 second.
Book of the Horus Heresy.
Okay.
Book of the Horus...
Okay, so this is... So So what are we looking at? Pirate Software talked about me? Is that what we're seeing here? Like, let's see. Let's take a look. Let's see. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. What did Pirate Software have to say about me?
Horus Heresy is brilliant radio play. I've been watching a whole bunch of different YouTubers for all the stuff that's going on, like for Warhammer 40k, and I really enjoy it. If you want to send me that stuff, you totally can. There's nothing wrong with that. But, like... I basically just binge YouTube when I want to learn about these things. There's a
Okay.
dude that does shorts that just talks about like a lot of stuff with Warhammer 40k that comes up all the time. I don't even know his name, but
It's
he's like kind of
CinderBlocksally.
he kind of looks
CinderBlocksally.
dwarven.
I
in
do
his
kind of look dwarven.
stature. That dude rocks. He looks like a battle dwarf, dude. Looks like a badass.
Let's
Yeah.
go! He didn't know my name, but that's okay!
Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Weshammer? Is that his name?
No! No, it's not Wes Hammer! Wes Hammer's good, though, but it's not Wes Hammer! It's CinderBlocksally! It's CinderBlocksally!
Is this the guy?
No! Wes Hammer doesn't look like a dwarf. He just looks like a hip guy.
That is not him.
Wes Hammer looks hip. It's Cinder. Did they figure out it was
It's a
me?
different dwarven looking guy.
Did he figure out it was me?
More dwarven than this guy.
Did he figure
more
out it was
dwarven.
me?
It's
We
not
have to-
Wes Hammer.
We have to
It's
let
not.
it play out.
It's
We have
totally
to let it
different
play
guy.
out.
If I go and look at my shorts and I scroll, I might be able to find this dude really quickly.
Oh my god, does he look for me right now?
Because he'll show up in my feed all the
Let's
time.
go, let's go, let's see.
Basically, my feed has become Warhammer stuff and that dude that says, want to see something cool?
Does he look me up?
It's great.
Wait, does he look me up?
It's all of my shorts now.
Wait, we just
Oh, and
have
then
to.
the Archer guy.
We have to let it see if
I
he
can't
looks
find
me
this
up.
dude.
Oh, he can't find me.
He's not on my feed right now.
Oh, I'm not in his feed right now. Is he gonna try to look me up? He's devoting a lot of time to me.
Wait, I found him.
He found me!
Who are you?
I'm CinderBlocksally! I'm CinderBlocksally!
Dude's name is CinderBlocksally.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
That's the dude. This guy.
That's me! That's
This
me!
guy. Very dwarf. He just talks about Warhammer 40k. And he'll just show up in like my shorts feed. I'm like, I just learned something new about the Warhammer 40k universe. Every time. Yeah. This dude's shorts are great. He just talks about weird shit from Warhammer. And he's very dwarf. Yeah, CinderBlocksally. So I didn't know their name. Now I need to subscribe. Done. Nice.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Oh my god. That was crazy. Oh my god, I got a little sweaty there. Ugh. Oh, my brain hurts. Well, that's cool. That's pretty cool. All right, unexpected. I don't think he watches the stream, probably. So he will never see that embarrassing moment I just had. Hopefully. Don't clip it. Don't you do that. Okay, let's see here. Do we have any new submissions? Everybody calm down. Let's see. Most recent one we have is here is surviving. Oh, we have a bunch more submissions. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. More flesh for the pyre. Ugh. Oh, my God. If he was in chat, that would be crazy. I don't think he's in chat. I'll tell you what, though. If he was in chat, it would totally be me to, like, not notice. Sponge! 20 months. Let's go. Thank you for the resub. Did I miss any others? I don't think so. Okay, good. That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. I'm going to tell my mom. I'll tell her later. I'll just... One second. I need to just text my family. Okay, wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. Because if I don't do this now, I'm going to forget. Okay. I don't know what to do with energy all the time when I have it. You know? Okay. Literally, I wish I could turn my camera. My computer just went up like 5 to 10 degrees while I was doing that little thing, and it's calming down now. How did my computer was getting hot for me? All right. Guys, we're here for a purpose. And it's not me. We're not here to talk about me. But I do appreciate letting me know. That's fucking crazy. Oh, God. Okay. Mona Lisa. Bagada 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 da Rohanathan. What you got for us today, Rohan? I'll tell you what. I would talk to that man and I would say, "Give me your fingernails." And he'd be like, "Why did I decide to talk to this guy?" Okay, this is a finished brew, so we're doing a full proper review. This is an artificer that uses souls to power their machine. It's supposed to be like a battlesmith, but with a few small servants. Interesting. It's a little bit tricksy to make a subclass that gives you multiple little dudes, only because the bigger your action economy gets, it's like an exponential power scale. So it's just something to keep in mind. That's my first. Whenever I hear about somebody creating a thing that is completely designed around getting multiple little guys, my first thought is, are you power balancing appropriately for that? Oh, Shades, I didn't realize you were in the waiting room. I'll pull you in next. I might be. All right, let's see what's going on here. Soul Tinkerer. You gain proficiency in Tinkerer's tools if you already have it. Don't you already get Tinkerer's tools just from being a Artificer? I'm 99% sure that's true. Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so we don't need this. This is just you get a free tool. So I would drop this or make it something specific that you want to be tied to soul tinkering, because this is just you get a free tool. What spells do we get? Dissonant Whispers, Bane, Borrowed Knowledge, Phantasmal Force, Life Transference, Phantom Steed, Phantasmal Killer, Spirit of Death, Animate Object, Negative Energy Source. I'm not sure why we're getting Phantasmal Killer and Phantasmal Force. I'm going to be honest here. These are like mind control-y spells. They're not really like spirit spells. They feel a little off here. Here's my main feedback if we're just talking about the spells. I don't know what this thing is supposed to be like. It feels like yeah, I'm not exactly. This doesn't feel super focused mechanically. Like they don't tell us what role this is supposed to play on the party, but they also don't tell us like the flavor super clearly. Just something to think about. All right, at 3rd level we get 2 features. We get Soul Box and Soul Powered Servant. Soul Box. Once you take the subclass, you can imbue an object or container with the ability to trap souls. When a creature drops to 0 hit points as a reaction, you can steal their soul and put it into the soul box. When you capture a creature's soul, you gain souls equal to this creature's CR as long as it's CR 1 or higher. You cannot have more than 1 souls for your artificial level. Okay, there's a big problem with this feature immediately. I'm happy to share what it is, but I'm curious if anyone in chat can spot it first. I'll give you a clue. It has nothing to do with balance. It has nothing to do with balance. Can anybody guess what the issue is here? I just want to give you a moment to guess, and then I will share what I think it is. It has nothing to do with balance. That's my clue into the D&D. So its infinite use is not what I'm talking about. It's a bigger issue. Bigger issue. Okay, getting a lot of great things, and I want the person who wrote this to read all of them. People are saying there's no save. Every creature has a souls. What about a bag of rats? The CR one kind of deals with that. I'm gonna talk about something that I think is a little simpler here. Let's rephrase this feature, okay? Let me rephrase it. Because putting a creature's soul in a box is basically flavor. So let me rephrase what this feature does. When a creature drops to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to get a number of points equal to their challenge rating. What's the issue with that feature? Let me just phrase it like that. What do you do with those points? What does this feature do? I would argue that this does nothing. I would argue that this is a non-feature. Now, there might be features we get... Okay, I think I'm back. I think we're back. Sorry about... Okay. The issue here is that it doesn't do anything. Maybe it would make it so somebody couldn't revivify, but that's not a feature. That's nothing. That's like less than a magic item. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not a big deal. When do you deal with revivifying monsters? Like, it's not going to come up. So if you want to have a resource that you use that is based on souls, instead of making it its own feature, tie it to whatever feature uses it. You know what I mean? Soul-powered servant. I'm going to turn my AC on. It's getting a little sweaty in here. Getting a little sweaty in here. Let me know if it's annoyingly loud. Hopefully it's not. At 3rd level, when you take this subclass, you learn how to power your devices with souls. The first time you short or long rest after taking this subclass, you create one soul-powered servant. After that, anytime you take a short or long rest, you can expend soul to create more soul-powered servants. Each one costs 1 soul. You can have a number equal to your proficiency bonus rounded up. All right, I'm going to stop right here, and I'm going to say, I think that you should not limit how many you can make based on how many souls you have, which is what it is now. Because you can't predict as a dungeon master how many creatures they're going to be killed. So this is going to be a feature that does nothing a lot of the time, or it can do way too much. So if you want to do a feature where you can summon a bunch of little guys, I say go for it. But this, I completely disagree with as the power source for doing it. I think it's the wrong move. It's sort of like building a mechanic, like building a subclass feature around you getting special powers whenever you kill a giant. That's just, you can't, it sort of forces the campaign to work in a certain way. You don't get access to your features. Do you know what I mean? And you can control them with a bonus action. So, okay, let's see what they do. Okay, so they're little guys. When a soul-powered servant dies, the soul trapped inside escapes violently. All creatures within 5 feet have to make a dex save or take force damage equal to your Artificer level. Man, maybe English isn't your first language. You got a lot of spelling mistakes in here, dude. I would write your features out in like a Word document first to fix these spelling mistakes. It really, like stuff like this, it really makes it seem more janked than it is. And you don't want to, you're handicapping yourself when your writing does that. And they have a little attack, and they basically can explode. The damage I think is too high here. I probably would make it a thing that you roll, not a thing that is automatic. At 5th level, you gain the ability to empower your servant's weapons. Damage dealt becomes magical. Also, you can choose to upgrade your servant's attacks when you create them. They can have more reach. They can score crits. So right here, this is where we are immediately facing issues. Because having more creature, like now this is just, unfortunately, this is just too powerful. Let me phrase it like this. The Battlesmith Artificer at 5th level gets the ability to attack twice. So it's doubling its potential damage output. Let's say it has let's say it's fighting with a two-handed let's say it's fighting with a two-handed weapon. Let's say it does 2d6 damage. That means it's going to get 2 chances to hit, and if it hits with both of those chances, it's going to do roughly 4d6 damage, okay? Now, at level 5, your proficiency bonus is +3. So that means you have 3 of these little guys. So, now, as a bonus action, you can attack 3 times, and each of those attacks could do 2d4 damage. And then more later. But let's just stick with this, 2d4 damage. So that means that you're going to be getting 3 chances. If all of them hit, that is going to be, what's 6d4 plus 6? And then you still get a whole action on your turn. So this is one of those circumstances where, like, if you want to deal with you getting a lot of little guys, I think the way to solve that problem is to make the little guys not work like normal creatures. What I would do if I were you is probably treat them more like the Artificer. We get the little micro servants that you can bonus action shoot a fireball with, or bonus action make a little bulb of something. But even then, I wouldn't make them attack. I'd probably give them weird other effects they could do that would allow you to have multiple of them in a way that wouldn't overly stack. Because right now, we are already too powerful. We're already too powerful. Answers from the dead. Your control over souls grows. As an action, you can spend 4 souls to question the soul. You're using the word soul too many times, and it becomes annoying to read. And I don't mean that to be insulting, but it's genuinely what starts to happen. When you do so, you summon the soul of one creature I've captured. What? You've captured at any point in front of you. The soul cannot take actions. You target the soul. Jesus Christ, this is so annoying to read. You target the soul. Holy fuck, this is annoying to read. I'm just going to read it quietly to myself so I can understand it, because it's unfortunately really poorly worded. Okay, so basically, this is a really fucking convoluted way of saying, as an action, you can spend 4 soul points to cast Speak with Dead on any creature whose soul you have captured. I would argue that this might be too powerful. I think this would be really annoying to run as a dungeon master, because that means I need to keep track of, I need to be able to do this for every creature you've ever been around that has died. That's kind of annoying. I don't really like that. I would probably not have it be that open-ended. What I might let you do is I might let you expend a soul that you currently have captured to cast Speak with Dead on them. I think that could be really interesting. Also, I don't remember how we limited the amount of souls you can have. It's just your proficiency bonus? Is that what it is? I don't know, but you probably should only be able to have proficiency bonus at a time. That's going to be a really important thing to help balance this out. Your level? Yeah, that's too many. That's way too many. Never mind balance, it's literally just the Phantom Rogue's main ability. Wait, is it really? Oh. Then don't do that. Did they really just take a feature from the Phantom Rogue? They might not have done it on purpose. But let's check. I mean, you mean like the soul token feature? It's a little different, but it's very similar in vibe. Yeah, I see that. Let's look at the other 9th level feature. We get 2. I don't know if I do 2 here. As you work with other souls, you start to loosen grip on your own. Once you gain this feature, your thoughts cannot be read by any other means. This feels completely... Oops.
Book of the Horus Heresy is real.
Where'd the thing go that I had open? There we go. Okay. This feels completely random. This feels completely random. I would get maybe I honestly I feel like I understand the getting proficiency in wisdom saving throws the most, but I also probably just if you're going to do that, that should probably be 99% of the feature, and I would cut out pretty much all of everything else because that's really strong. But wisdom saving throws are the most common saving throw other than dex saves. Getting proficiency in them is a very powerful thing. All of this feels really shoehorned in. If there's a connection there, you're not selling it. Your mastery of the art of soul, blah, blah, blah. Oh, God, this sentence structure is messing with me. At the end of a long rest, you can link the soul of one of your allies into a tiny or mundane object. When that ally hit 0 hit points, the object breaks and fall to 1 hit point instead. My guess is English isn't your first language. Even if it's not, put these things into a Word document. It's going to help you with a lot of the little nitty-gritty here to help your language feel a little bit more natural. This is okay. I think this is okay if you only have one out at a time. The way that it's written, you could basically have every single person could have a soul link, because even though you can only do it on a long rest, they don't have to use it the next day. So that's really strong if you can just have that on everybody. I also think you don't want to have 2 capstone features. This has way too many features considering how it feels kind of overpowered already. Whenever you start a turn with Soul Overdrive... Wait. You can activate this ability at the start of your turn. Or turn it off. No action required. Okay, so it's just the thing you turn on. You can spend 2 souls. You just do a bunch of extra damage. Why are we... This is completely random. There's literally nothing in this that has anything to do with you attacking before this. Everything is about you through your creatures. So this feels completely random. We already get a free proficiency in wisdom saving throws at level 9. We don't need more things with wisdom saving throws here. And this also feels kind of random. I'm going to be honest, man. I think that this capstone is a real swing and a miss. It doesn't feel tied to any of the mechanics you've built out here. So, like, if you look at, like, the Battlesmith, for example. Let me just use that one as an example. Where the fuck's that? Where's our Artificer? Where are you at? There we go. If we look at the Battlesmith, for example. All of the features tie into the core mechanic of the Steel Defender. The 9th level feature is an extension of the Steel Defender. The 15th level feature is an extension of the Steel Defender. It's built around that. Everything builds in that direction. If we look at the Artillerist, they get their special little cannon. At 5th level, they just get better at shooting stuff because that's kind of their vibe. But then, look at this. Look at this. We get an extension of their cannon. We get an extension of their little cannons. So these features don't... This doesn't feel like it's built like the way an Artificer normally is built. Normally, when you build an Artificer, you have like a core mechanic, right? It seems like the core mechanic is going to be the soul-powered servant. But then literally, other than this 5th level feature, nothing has to do with the soul-powered servant ever again. It feels very disjointed in its total form. If I were you, I would build this around doing stuff with souls, or build this around having little micro soul servants. But not really both as strongly as it is right now. It feels pretty disjointed. Hello. No, I'm back. Sorry, my stream keeps getting canceled. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's happening here. I wonder if it's going to be the kind of thing where I have like 30 lives right now because of it. Probably am. Oh, well, that's annoying. Something might be wrong. Yeah, I don't know what it is. We'll see. We'll let's do this. Let me, like, I guess I could try to update OBS. I don't really know what else I could do. But I'm not sure. I think maybe we're just gonna keep going and hopefully it doesn't get too fucked. I think that's what we're gonna do. Because I don't know how to fix it right now. But hopefully we'll be able to fix it later. I will say, if I keep disconnecting, just know I will be back in like 5 to 8 seconds. Any storms near me? It doesn't seem like my internet's cutting out. It's an OBS issue. I don't know why OBS is doing it. Unsure. It's a pirate curse. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's give her another spin, shall we? Oh no, wait, we had a caller. Let's grab them. Okay. Shades, how's it going, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Did you send in something, or did you want to just talk?
I did send in something. I need help with a feature of a race.
All right, let's take a look at it.
So, do you remember the Trollkin races that I was working on the other day? I had like 3 of them instead of just 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the one I'm working on is the Grendel. This one is, unlike the last one, this one is more based on the regular trolls that you have in the monster manual. In the setting, I call them forest trolls because there's not really a default troll. But in the work in progress tab, I have a feature that I want to give to them. I want to express the mutation thing that trolls have. And I...
Do you have it written out at all right now, or no?
Yeah, the work in progress tab.
I don't know how to know where that is. I'm looking at the link you sent me.
On the left, there's a WIP tab. That's it.
On the left, I see 3 little dots that when I click, it says... I don't see it. I don't see what you're talking about.
Really?
Nope, you might not have made it something that everyone has access to view. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was just in the wrong spot. I see. Next time, try to just link just the thing. Okay. Unstable mutation. You've inherited the unstable mutagen power of your troll's ancestors. Starting at 3rd level, when you finish a long rest, you can choose a mutation from the list below. You gain the benefits of mutation until you finish the long rest. Movement speed. All right. So what is your question related to these?
I don't know if the options that I have right now are all that coherent or balanced compared to each other, and I also don't know what the third one should be. I don't think it should be just
well, let me ask you a question first. What I would argue the mutagenic power of trolls has to do with where they live more than anything else. Is that what you are trying to capture here, or is there a different mutagenic aspect of trolls you are trying to capture?
Okay. So...
Yeah, clarify for me what you're trying to capture here.
I wasn't really thinking about any specific method of mutation. I just heard from the description of trolls in certain places that the regenerative powers that they have makes them very prone to mutations.
Yes, but the mutations usually are based on their environment.
Yeah. Okay.
So you might find like a venom troll in the swamp, or a spirit troll if it got sucked into the astral sea or something like that. If I were you, depending on how much you wanted to do it, I would lean into that, and I would make it sort of like a favored terrain, where like depending on the environment you take a long rest in, you get a feature. That's what I would do.
Okay.
If you want it to be more open-ended mutations, like you're just sort of a weird mushman and you can make yourself different every day, I think that could be fine too. I think that a little bit of a movement speed buff is fine for it. I don't know why this extra eyes feels way too strong. I wouldn't make it wisdom and initiative checks. I would also I would really try to make it not too hectic. want it to be too hectic. Like I think that it could be like one of them could be like movement speed +5. I think is fine. But I also think like it's not that flavorful either. So like that's sort of why I'm like, where you maybe should think about like where these mutations are coming from and like what you want them to feel like. If you want it to feel like this guy is like growing extra limbs and stuff, I think you could do that. Then maybe you build it around that. So like extra eyes, you get a bonus to perception checks related to sight. Extra ears or extra feet, you get a bonus to dexterity saving throws or something. I don't know, but like maybe build it off of that sort of thing. But like I think that my main feedback or my main thought is like you should think about where you want the mutations to come from. I don't think they should just be
okay.
I would because that seems that can probably, especially if you don't even know what to put for the last one. Like if you don't have enough ideas to fill out the roster, then you need to find yourself some inspiration, you know?
Yeah. It's like I found it a little bit hard to find inspiration because looking at the stat blocks for trolls that exist, they're all really simple.
Yeah, I would lean, if you really don't know what to do, I would completely build it off of environments. So maybe you don't even, if you want to do it where, if you don't want it to be tied to they have to be in a specific environment, I think that's fine. But I would still be like, okay, what would the Underdark troll get? What would the Forest troll get? What would the Ocean troll get? And use those as how you decide what these features are that they're getting to pick between.
Okay. I think I like that.
You could also, I wouldn't copy it exactly, but a good example of something that does this in a very different way is the Beast Barbarian, where at level 6, the Beast Barbarian gets a bunch of different movement type abilities it gets to choose between, and it can switch them out. And some of them are pretty standard, like a climbing speed or a swimming speed, but one of them is like a weird jump feature. I'm not saying you should do all of that at all, but like that might be a good place to like that to me does a good job of allowing the player to interpret a bunch of body changes, transformations that are sort of open-ended in the way they could interpret them, you know?
Battery low.
Yeah, totally. I was looking a little bit at the Beast Barbarian, at least in how you pick them.
Yeah,
Charging battery.
If you, well, let me just ask before we wrap up. What are you keen on? Are you keen on it being something that what would you prefer? Would you prefer it to be something that you are actively choosing, or would you want it to be something like, is that something that matters to you, that aspect of it?
I don't know. I feel like I like a lot of choices in making things. However, the fact that the idea of them depending on just where you finish a long rest is a little bit intriguing and definitely very unique.
Here's my suggestion. Don't delete this, but also write it up. Write it up as write up a version of it that is based on where you long rest. And I don't think it needs to be a feature for every environment type. You could probably couple a bunch together.
Right, like humid and cold.
Yeah, or I'm like getting a climbing speed is going to be good on a mountain or in a forest, for example. Getting a swim speed would be good in an ocean or a swamp, So like you could sort of couple some together. But see if the list of features that you get if you start from the place of environments feels cool. And then if you like that list, maybe you keep it based on what environments they live in, or maybe you just use the list and let them pick. And if that doesn't inspire you, like if you're not coming up with ideas when you're limiting it or when you're making it like what natural adaptations would they get in that sort of environment, then I would say think about it like almost like stereotypes of like radiation mutations, where it's like I think the extra eyes is a really good example of that. Where like if they started to get a weird growth of some kind, what sort of things would you want them to be able to do with that weird growth? And don't think about it so much as like they are like Darwin from X-Men, where they're like, I'm adapting. Think about it more like they get a weird growth that does something. Because you could get very weird with it if you want it to be like they're just a mutant monster. Like, what if they got a thing where they're like vocal? They got like their throat got really big and flexible, and they could like super project their voice or cast like thunderclap just with their mouth or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, you get very weird with
That'd
it
be weird.
if you want it to be a little bit more mutation. You know?
Yeah. Now, I was thinking maybe I should keep it like passive effects, because I feel like anything limited use as an option would be like a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't make it something. That's why. But something the power of a cantrip would probably be fine.
Okay. I think there actually is just a thunder cantrip.
Yeah, there is. It's called Thunderclap.
Is it SRD?
I don't know.
Checking right now.
But if it's not, you could just say you get a unique feature where as an action you can yell and all creatures within 5 feet of you have to make a saving throw. You know what I mean? You can basically just write it like a feature.
Yeah.
So, you know. Especially if you want it to not be magical. That would even almost be an incentive to make it more of a natural thing. But you could do that in general. Like, if you're trying to come up with weird things, and if you want any of them to be action-oriented, use cantrips or things that are cantrip-related. Or it could be like, cantrip-adjacent, but not a cantrip. Like, you sort of did that with Extra Eyes, right? Like, Extra Eyes is basically guidance, but limited to wisdom. That's sort of what it is already, you know?
That's true. Yeah.
So
it could be like that for other skills.
Yeah, so overall, I think this is going in a fine direction. I think for your lore perspective, you need to decide if you want to go into that direction of like stereotypical where troll mutations come from, or even if I might even be wrong about that. So if I'm wrong, I apologize. But more so, I think the thing to think about is if you're having a hard time finding inspiration for features by just looking at the blank page, look at things cantrips do. Look at things like of that power level and see if there's something in them that could be interpreted into something biological.
Okay.
I also I mean, long legs is even that. That's just long strider, you know?
Yeah.
So like you might find your answers in the things that are already written, especially if you don't limit yourself to just it's going to be a cantrip. It's like, no, I'm going to use the cantrip as a inspiration, and then I'm going to alter it so it fits, so that mechanically it also fits the vibe of it being sort of more biological. Also, this is a good thing to do in general if you are having a hard time coming up with features, but you have a sense of what the thing is. It's like, if you have a sense of what the thing is and you're having a hard time coming up with features, it's like you either got to deep dive the lore for inspiration or look at other mechanics that are of a power level that would be similar to the mechanic that you want to implement and use them for inspiration.
Yeah.
And getting essentially a cantrip, which is going to kind of where all the power level all of these are, at level as part of a species is fine. That's totally reasonable. Do you have any questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
Maybe one.
Yeah.
Like, I was also thinking of the idea of giving them a feature based on when you, especially in the 24 book, when you cut off a troll's limb, it falls down and it's still alive and it can attack. Do you think there'd be any way to express that on the race?
That might be. I have an idea immediately, but I don't know how strong it would be. But here's what I would do if I was going to do that. I would make it a feature where when you got hit with an attack, maybe it would have to be a certain amount of damage, maybe not, but you could use a reaction to have one of your have the attack cut the hand. Like, it would be like you choose. Like, if an attack hits you, it does enough damage, or just if an attack hits you, you take damage, use your reaction, you can lose the limb. While the limb is lost, you can't wield two-handed weapons, you can't wield anything with it, but on your turn, while the limb is separate, you could, like, use a bonus action to move it some amount of distance and interact with an object, or move it some amount of distance and do a thing. I would make the thing it did very limited. Like, I would probably treat it closer to, like, interact with object, maybe attempt to grapple, maybe mage hand type stuff. I don't know if I'd make it a full attack, but I would probably do something like that. And then I probably would make that ability... It gets a little tricky because then you also would probably want an AC and hit points for it. And then you probably would also want a mechanic for... You could reattach the limb, but if the limb got destroyed, you would regrow it over the course of your next long rest. So I think that while that is a completely doable feature, and I actually love it as an idea, you just want to... If you're building a feature that is that complicated to implement, you just want to be very cognizant of that as you're working on it, where sometimes making a feature written as succinctly as possible is not that important. But for a feature like that, that would have essentially like 2 or 3 completely separate components to it, you'd really want to make sure that it was clear and simple as much as possible, just because it's a lot on the page. Like, I think a really good example of this is if you look at the way the wild shape feature is written in the original player's handbook, it's very bad. And if you look at the way that almost any feature in the OG player's handbook that has to do with summoning creatures and controlling summoned creatures is written, it's very bad. It's overly wordy, overly complicated. But if you look at the way that summoned creatures and pets are written in the new books, or in like the later editions, like the revamped Beastmaster or things like that, it is very simplified. And a lot of those features go from like being like almost like 5 paragraphs of text to like 2 or 3 paragraphs, and those paragraphs they really don't waste words. But again, I think it's 100% doable. And honestly, if you like that idea, I think it's worth playing around with because it is so unique and really fun. Like, if you could pull that off, that would be hella fun. But if you're like, I don't want to have to do that much work, I would say don't worry about it. And maybe just make it a side quest to not part of your main campaign that you know what I mean? The campaign of homebrewing. Maybe one of your homebrew campaign side quests.
The race is a little bit packed right now, so I think I can only do either the severing the limbs or the mutation thing.
So here's what I'm going to suggest. So this is a whole compendium of different types of trolls, right? Pretty much?
There are definitely a lot of types of trolls. It's not dedicated to them, but
there's not. Are there more than 5 types of trolls?
Yes.
So but all of these trolls are for a larger compendium, right? So here's what I would do. Don't copy exactly how it works mechanically, but copy exactly how it's implemented literally in the player's handbook for trolls. Make it a optional rule that is like literally a resource in the compendium, like optional rule. Regenerating limbs. If one of your characters chooses to play a troll and you can implement this rule for losing limbs and regaining, because that's literally how it's written for the troll in the book, you know? I don't know if you've... I'm sure you've looked at it before, but like...
Yes. The loathsome limbs feature.
Yeah, but it's not a part of the stat block. It's like a... Fuck you, I hate the new book.
Yeah, well, it is in 24, but it's not in 14, yeah.
Yeah. It's like an optional rule. So I can't find it right now. But I would make it like that. If you're like, this is too much to put in these, just make it an optional rule. Because again, it's part of a compendium. Yeah. When you're making something where your larger goal is a compendium, then a lot of what you put in it, like, you don't have to be... You have a lot of other tools at your disposal for giving the Dungeon Master tools, because you can, if you are building a compendium, you can assume that the Dungeon Master is going to at least skim the whole thing. They're probably not going to read the whole thing, but they might read the title of the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, you're giving them a list of tools. So what you're doing when you make this an optional rule is you're literally telling the Dungeon Master, if you want, there's also this. As opposed to if you built it into the race, you're like, now you have to deal with this. And build it, and I would even go as far as to say, like, with a compendium, that is even better. Because if this wasn't a bigger compendium, if this was just, here's 10 troll races and an optional rule for them, it might still feel bloated. But that optional rule sitting... is a part of them as a part of a much larger compendium. It really does just feel like a tool inside the tool. You know what I mean? Oh, Fluffcopter has a really good idea. They said if you make it as an optional rule, you could also build in a mechanic for other people to get access to it. Like you could make a feat called like Troll Blooded or something, where like a person can like take troll mutagens and gain the regenerative limb feature even if they're not a troll. That would be really cool too. That's a fun idea. I don't know if you're going in that direction, but I love that idea, Fluff. That's a really fun idea.
If I don't go that direction, making it a racial feat honestly might be a good solution.
I think if you don't go in that direction, even if you don't use it for the compendium, building it to be either a feat or a unique boon, I think it would just be literally just a fun thing to put in a game. A lot of the time, also, we don't look at homebrew that is this a lot of the time because almost always we're looking at a subclass, a race, a magic item, a spell. But D&D has boons. And boons are just cool, powerful stuff that you literally there's no rules for when players get them. The rules for when players get them are, hey, if you have a thing that makes sense for them to get this, here's a bunch of like, you know, a god gives a gift or something like that could just be a boon.
You can basically give them
Trollkin.
Like
yeah, but but oftentimes they're like more powerful than a magic item should be, but also really specific. Like boons sort of, they're not artifact level powerful, but a lot of boons are weird in a way that they are like I think a really good example of a boon I've seen before is you just can't be moved against your will. That's really strong, but it's also like really, it's also like very, it's really strong, but it's also really niche. But like, so you could do weird shit with boons. So not enough people make boons, but also I think people are scared to put boons in their game because there's no umbrella safety net of how they are supposed to be balanced. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's not really defined laws for giving them out.
Yeah. Cool, man. Thank you for sharing. Fun. I'm really enjoying reading all of these different things. I also want to say one thing. We see a lot of homebrew, I think, from people that are like building out compendiums, especially if they if they're a regular on the show. And it is cool that so many of the things we have looked at for this compendium are literally trolls, but they all feel so different. Like, that's a hard thing to do. Like a lot, I can't tell you the amount of times I get sent like here's a plant race that has 35 sub races and they all just kind of feel the same, or like it's like or there's like a weird like so I think you should feel, you know, take your flowers for doing something where you're really, I can see that you are really going out of your way to try to explore what makes these things different. And use that to be sort of what elevates the options you're giving them. It's very cool to see. So be proud.
It's one of the gripes I have with the player's handbook is all the sub races feel the same.
Yeah. All right, buddy. I'm gonna hang up on you now. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Love you. Bye. Click. All right. Let's give Shades a round of applause. Where's my round of applause button? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have 3 people in the waiting room right now. So just so you know, the way this works is if you want to join me on the call, I usually bump you to the front of the line. So I see a couple of people there. So we are going to go pull them in. I'm going to pull them in the order that they're here. And if that makes you sad, I apologize. But I hope it doesn't make you too sad. Let's grab the Venusian. Hello, what's up?
Oh, I got to turn the stream volume down. Oh, right.
No, make it louder. Make it louder. All right, fine, make it.
Oh yeah, we got double.
What did you send in something, or did you want to ask a question?
I sent in I sent in a thing to the wheel.
Okay,
and it was just like, hey, look at
that. Now it says here this is a finished piece. Are you looking for like a full proper review, or was there something in it that you wanted to discuss?
There wasn't really, I guess, an in-between option. It's like basically finished. There's just tiny details that I'm probably like getting wrong.
All right, well, so let me ask you this. If you have a specific thing that you want to talk about in it that you want me to address, let's have that conversation. If you don't, then I would say let me just read it and review it and not ask you questions.
Okay, well, there is a specific thing, and this is like, I guess kind of an annoying thing about all of the things that I'm designing. It's that, well, my setting, it has multiple okay, how do I describe this?
Take your time.
It has So like there's creature type like construct, of course. And my setting very centers around like machines and things. But with the way machines work in my setting, they're not exactly machines, because like this is a good example of what brings that trouble, because it's recognizably more of a ghost, but it's still in a category. But like it also doesn't fit on construct, because construct usually implies you can't poison it or you can't give it psychic damage, and you can't heal it and stuff like that.
So, okay. So here's what I'll say. I think that you are thinking about this struggle in the right way, because I think there's a couple ways you got to think about it when you're making homebrew. If you're making it for your own campaign setting, and it sort of has like a big bold, this is designed with a specific campaign setting in mind, you have a lot more freedom, because you don't need to deal with the contrivances of what a construct is versus not, because you can just decide what it is for your campaign setting and lay those rules out clearly. But assuming you want someone to be able to use this if they're not playing in your specific campaign setting, I think you're asking the right question, which is, what creature type should this thing be? And I think the way to think about that is exactly the way that creature type impacts spells and abilities and things. Now, construct doesn't actually limit nearly as many things as I think you think. There are quite a lot of construct monsters in D&D that cannot be affected by stuff, but not nearly as many spells or abilities say they can't target constructs, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think there is a rule that you can't heal a construct with Cure Wounds, for example. Like, if I look at the Cure Wounds spell, I don't think it says you can't target a construct. Maybe it does, but I don't think it does. Kind of want to check now.
Hold on, I'm being spammed, Dion. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah, it says it can't. It says it doesn't affect constructs or undead, so it actually does say that. Okay, so I would say then making the creature type humanoid for the purposes of it working outside of D&D things, I think, or outside of your setting things will work. I mean, you can sort of copy the Warforged. The Warforged is a humanoid, but they also have a feature called like Constructed Soul, and then it gives them a bunch of construct adjacent features. So that might be the way I would go about it, is just make it a humanoid or a fae or whatever thing you think it would be for the purposes of like how it should be affected by spells and abilities, whether that fits the lore or not, and then give it a sort of clarifying mechanic that sort of gives it those extra unique properties. Do you know what I mean?
It's just that I would have to like specify that for, specify that for a lot of creatures. Because what my plan is, like, I want to have this be like a part of like a setting, like a book that I'm planning to write down. But I also want it to have the versatility of saying, hey, I like this, but I don't like this campaign setting, so I'm gonna grab this and put it in my own campaign. Because like, I've seen a lot of Warforged playing in non-Eberron campaigns, like stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, if I were you, I mean, that's just how I would do it then. Like, just make it a humanoid. Let me ask you this, is there a reason other than the flavor, is there a reason to not make it a humanoid?
To be honest, not necessarily.
So if it's only flavor, if that's really it, then I think the answer is make it a humanoid, and then if you want some clarifying mechanics to show that it is sort of like a ghost robot, build that into the features you give it. And you kind of do, right? So like squeezability and malleable form and probably the dark vision and probably, honestly, a lot of these features could be mashed together into something called like ghost robot form. It's like you are a ghost robot. You gain the following features. You gain dark vision. You can move through spaces that are really little. You can wiggle your body. You know what I mean? Like you could do it. Like, does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of the answer to your question would just be in reformatting where you put the features.
This is for 2024 edition, by the way. It was mentioned in the form that I sent, and also mentioned at the top of the doc, but I guess I forgot to bring that up first.
It's okay. It doesn't. It's like, honestly, it's not. It doesn't hugely matter for the purposes of what I think you are going to get, what you are going to benefit from here. I want to pull up the Warforged just to kind of show you what I'm talking about specifically. Where the fuck is that little jabroni? Okay. So the Warforged has this feature called Constructed Resilience, and then it has another feature called Integrated Protection. Both of these are essentially just 4 or 3 completely separate individual features that sort of tie together thematically and are slammed into one feature to represent what you are, you know? Cave and Cave suggests you could call it a spectral amalgam. So maybe you have a feature called Spectral Amalgam, and then it includes your malleable form and your squeezability and your weaponized soul, you know?
And also, Ethereal Descent is just my attempt at, like, having, like, I want to have a winged creature, but I don't want to make the local dungeon master cry.
What I wouldn't make it the spell Featherfall if you don't want it to do all the things that Featherfall does. I think this would actually be easier to write if it would just be when you fall, as a reaction, you can slow your descent so that you only fall 60 feet around, and that you take no fall damage when you land, period. And you can only use this ability once per short or long rest. I would just cut the spell aspect out, only because the whole point of, because half of what Featherfall does is target other creatures, and you have to literally put words in to avoid that. And the other thing is, when you make it not a spell, you do make it feel more natural, and it starts to feel more biological. And also slightly, it's less limited. Like, it doesn't, you could do it in an area of anti-magic. You could do it, people can't counterspell it, and that's not a huge deal, but I do think that does genuinely add to the flavor, you know?
I wasn't really thinking that, like, you could, like, anti-magic the guy itself, but no, that would be too stupid. Although it would work with the flavor, I don't think it would be fun mechanically.
All right, well, those are my main thoughts. Do you have any other questions, concerns, things you want me to address?
Not necessarily.
Cool. All right, man. Well, thank you very much for sharing. I think it's a fun concept. I think that the idea of being sort of like a spectral mechanical thing is really, really fun. I think that's a cool, weird idea to try to capture. And I also think that it is probably a strong enough feature that I do think it will work well with. I do think it'll work well regardless of whether it is intended for a specific campaign or not. Like, it's just a fun type of existence. To, you know, it's a weird character idea.
It's kind of the thing I'm going with most of, like, the content from my setting. Like, I always, like, at least, like, try to somewhat make, like, the like, I don't know, just like the idea or like flavor just like work, like if you just like put it out at the setting, because that's one thing I really liked. Like, as I mentioned before, like Warforged, I've seen more non-Eberron Warforged than Eberron Warforged.
I think that's
how I feel.
No, I think that's a very sorry, I got distracted. I was reading one of the features. I think that's a really I mean, that makes sense. I think it's a good way to think about it. Cool. All right, I'm going to hang up on you now unless you have anything else you want to say.
Nope, that's all right.
All right, love you. Bye. Click. All right, let us give them a big old... Where's my applause button? Give them a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see. We got a couple people left that want to call in. Let's grab them. Fluffcopter, you got to unmute and undeafen.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing okay.
Do you have something specific you want us to look at, or did you want to talk about something?
I did send something. I'm pretty
All right,
sure.
let me grab it. Ice pick? That you?
Yeah.
Ice pick. I'll put it in the chat. Kaboom, kabam! Speak for a second. Count to 4.
1, 2, 3, 5, 4.
Okay, there we go. I had to make you a little louder.
Okay.
Ice pick. So is there anything super specific you want me to address about this, or do you want just general feedback?
Mostly the recharge mechanic. It's very unorthodox.
Okay. All right, let me give her a quick scan.
Yeah.
Deals an extra cold damage. As an action, you can launch the icicle from its handle to cast the ice knife. My God, ice knife spell. +5 to hit. Once launched, the pick is unusable until you fully submerge the handle in water for 1 minute, as the water freezes around it to form a new icicle. Okay. I think this is the question you have to decide whether or not you want the answer. I have a couple ideas. The first thing that I want you have to decide for yourself is the way this is currently written. You're going to be able to cast Ice Knife once per fight with this item.
Pretty much, yeah.
So if that's what you want it to be, then it does that and it's fine. I think that this sort of mechanic is actually fine. I made a magic item very similar to this. Well, not very similar, but it had a similarly weird recharge mechanic a while ago. And it was a little different, and I'm going to clarify. So when I made an item like this, I had a wand that one of my warlocks had, and he was a fathomless warlock. And the wand, basically, if he submerged the wand in fresh water, and it stayed submerged in the water for a minute, it would turn that fresh water into seawater, and he got a spell slot back. So what I would do here is I would make sure that it would need to be, I would base it off of the volume of water, and I would make that water freeze, so you can't just keep using the same water.
Yeah, okay. I see what you mean.
And I think that could be fine. Like it has to be submerged in 5 gallons of water or 1 gallon of fresh water. After a minute, you can pull it out, and when you do, it gets a charge back, and the ice completely freezes, or the water in the bucket freezes and becomes the new thing. So you just lose that water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something like that. It's not exactly making it resource based because you're gonna always have water, but it does make it feel slightly more like a resource.
Yeah. I think like the main idea about it is that like I think like okay, let me start over. I think that the main difference is that you want to keep using this as a weapon, ideally. And since it deals an extra 1d6 cold damage, which is decent for an uncommon weapon.
Sure.
I don't know if it's a smart decision on my part to make the pick unusable after you use this.
I think it helps balance it quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like if you can't find water, you just don't use the weapon.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I like that. No, I like that. I'll tell you why I like that. Because that's like, it requires the type of thinking that makes you think more in like a narrative way than like a game mechanics kind of way a lot of the time, you know?
Yeah.
In the same way,
I just don't know.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good. I actually think it's a really good detriment. It's sort of like how if you have weapons that if you have magic items that only recharge at dawn, and then you take your players to the Feywild, their magic items just stop recharging because there's no dawn. I kind of like that. I think that's a fun mechanic. I think it's good. And Ice Knife is not that powerful. Like it's good, but it's
first level.
It's a first level spell. Takes a whole action. It does minimal damage. Like it's gonna be useful. It's gonna be the kind of thing where they're probably going to not use it that much. Honestly, like my guess would be they are gonna mostly use it as a big weapon, and then occasionally, if there's a flying thing and they're just getting frustrated, they'll like blast it, you know?
Sometimes you want to like ice knife something, especially at lower levels.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got a swarm of bats, you know, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. But I think it really works. I really like it, actually. I genuinely, the only thing I would change would be some element that just adding the detail that the new blade is like made of that water, so it consumes that water in that container. That's the only thing I would change, really.
Okay. It's an interesting change. Um, I guess I'm just not picturing how it plays in game, because like
This is
I'm
how I'm
just-
imagine. This is how I'm imagining.
Yeah.
You have the stick. It doesn't have any blade.
Yeah.
You dip it into a bucket of water. The bucket of water freezes and becomes this big ice blade around it. And then when you pull it out, it's just a big ice blade and the water is all gone from the bucket. I don't think it needs to be more than that.
Mm-hmm. You see, that's where I think my writing needs to be conveyed better into like what I'm actually thinking, because like in my head is like saying like you fully submerge the handle in water means that like a bucket isn't enough.
See, that's why I think you need to clarify the amount of water more than fully submerged.
I see
That's
what you meant.
that's
Like,
what
I
it comes down to.
that
It
before.
comes down to an issue of you
Yeah.
needing to clarify the amount of water. That's what I
Yeah.
actually think it is. Because you have to keep in mind how stupid everyone is, okay? Myself included. No one knows anything, and everyone wants to assume the better. So if my players saw this, they would assume they could submerge it in a puddle, because that war pick is going to be exactly whatever size they need it to be able to fully submerge it. Do you know what I mean?
That's completely fair.
Yeah.
That's
So-
and that's something I need to convey in the writing. And
I think-
just didn't think about that before.
Yeah, I think
So,
it.
like,
And
that's the feedback.
it's not a big deal. It's like it's one of those things where it's like, it's just a matter of figuring out where the information needs to be so that people can put the pieces together. And honestly, dude, I think 99% of this is solid. I really like it. I think it's a fun item. Like, I think that this, not only do I think it's a fun item, I think it's an item that like would be a really good main weapon item for like a level 3 character. You know, like it's a really solid
Yeah.
opener magic item.
Yeah, which is why I thought about like, okay, it's a 1d6 weapon, so it's kind of like a +1, so uncommon is fair, but you put the extra spell on it, but it does have a restriction. Maybe I put the attunement because it feels right.
If
I
you
don't
feel
know.
like it's not, if you feel like it's too strong, just make the D6 damage D4 and it'll be fine. If you feel like it's not strong enough, I don't know what to do because it's probably strong enough. But that's what I'd say. I think it's
think
probably fine.
I think the attunement makes it okay. It's a good excuse to push it a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's solid, dude. I think it's really solid. Yes, Ice Knife has a saving throw because it's a +5 to hit. Oh, that's true. Wait, you need a saving throw too. You need a saving throw.
Oh
You
my
need a
God.
saving throw. It needs a saving throw.
I was so lost in the sauce on how to write the +5 to hit that I completely forgot that it also.
So
has a saving
so you just do +5 to hit, comma DC 13.
Yeah. I just like. Oh,
Don't be sorry, dude. It's fine. Listen, half the time we have these
I'm-
conversations is just us acknowledging the stuff we forget.
I'm sorry for myself because I spent like half an hour looking for magic items that do spells that make spell ranged attacks,
Yeah.
specifically on how to write that +5 to hit.
Yeah.
That I completely overlooked that Ice Knight has an attack and a saving throw.
Yeah. Circlet of
How-
blasting. Circlet of blasting. That is a
So,
plus.
yeah. I eventually found like Circuit of Blasting, which is
Yeah.
how I copied the +5 to hit. Yeah. Okay. What's Dixon? Thanks.
Cool. All right, buddy. Yeah. Thanks so much. And +5 is the same as saving throw 13. That's like how you like 13 save DC.
Yeah.
DC 13 is mathematically the same as +5 to hit. Like they sit in the same spot.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Any other thoughts before I hang up on you?
No.
I thank you very much for the call. Love you and goodbye. Where's the disconnect button? Click. All right, guys. Listen. I talk a big game, man. I know I yell at you guys sometimes when your writing's bad, but I also got to acknowledge when the writing's good. This is a really fun mechanic. I really like it. Like, and it's simple. Like, it's not complicated. It's not crazy. But it does a lot with a little. You know, it's one of those like larger than the sum of its parts type mechanics, which I appreciate. All right. We got a drunk gnome. Everybody calm down. Drunk gnome, what's up? Drunk gnome, you got to unmute. Drunk gnome, what's up?
Hello. Holy shit. I need to unmute
Drunk
the
gnome, you got to unmute. mute the stream, yeah.
Yep, there we go.
How's it going, buddy?
Going great, going great.
What are we looking at today?
It is a finished homebrew subclass I created for 2024 Fighter.
The Headhunter?
Yes. It is a bounty hunter themed subclass with less of a focus on marking creatures like a lot of other subclasses do, and more of a focus on modifying weaponry that lets you grapple, move, control other creatures' movements.
Okay, so before we start, let me ask, are you looking for like a full review, or are there specific aspects of it that you want help with?
It was more of a full review.
Cool.
There is one weapon modification that I had a question on.
Ask, which one? Just tell me right now and we'll talk about it when we get to it.
It's called Impetus.
Okay, I see
It's the second modification option.
All right, let me start reading it, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Cool.
Do you want me to mute up or?
You can stay unmuted. If you just try not to interrupt me if I say something you don't like.
All right.
It can be hard to do.
Yeah.
Fighter subclass specialization that grants. Oh no, that's just a regular word thing. Okay. Let's see. We are the Headhunter. Headhunters commit themselves to the kill or capture of dangerous outlaws, otherwise referred to as wolf's heads. Pretty solid opening sentence. I don't know if you need the wolf's heads phrase, but honestly, this is what we want from an opening sentence of a subclass. This tells us 80% of what we need. When you're writing a subclass flavor text, it's really important to get to the punch immediately because you're basically trying to tell people what this is going to be enough so that they want to keep reading. And that is doing that. So good job. Headhunters utilize a number of techniques that alter their weaponry, enabling greater swiftness and access to different apprehensive methods in combat. Apprehensive. Oh, like for apprehending. I understand. I see. Apprehensive also means like nervous. So it feels like just be cognizant of that. Think about that here. Sometimes when people have apprehensive, it's like hesitation. That word can also mean that. So you might want to... I think it's okay, but there's going to be a minor... I would say 20% of the people that read this minimum are going to be a little confused when they read that for the first time. I don't know if that matters or not, but think about it. Veteran headhunters tend to garner a frightening reputation. Their relentless pursuit and ruthless efficiency leaves a trail of justice and fear in their wake. Honestly, dude, really solid flavor text. Really good. Like, really, really solid. I think that there's... The only thing I would say, and honestly this speaks to the quality of the flavor text, is you have one, two... The whole thing is 3 long sentences. So the fact that I didn't get annoyed reading it, even though it's 3 long sentences, I think speaks to it being reasonably well written, because normally reading 3 long sentences is annoying, and it wasn't, which is nice. But I'm going to give you a challenge like I did with one of the earlier guys. Somewhere between this ending of this last sentence and this opening of this first sentence, I would say challenge yourself to take some of the information here and rewrite it into a 4 or 5 word sentence that can be in here to break up the monotony of the long sentences. Don't feel like you need to just add something new, but like see if you can rearrange it a little bit to diversify your sentence structure. Like you have a pretty solid sense of pacing, and also like of getting the information you need out there in like a good order. So the place that you are now going to be playing, here's where you're at. You've learned to play the guitar, okay? You've got all the chords. You're pretty good at them. Even a bunch of the weird ones. Now you need to improv, okay? Now you're in that place where you need to start getting a little bit weird. You need to start thinking not just about hitting the right notes, but getting the intonation of those notes. That's sort of the place that you're going to be at with your flavor text, at least if this is the level of it consistently. Like, now you are not at a place of, am I writing with proper grammar? Is it frustrating to read? Is it clear and concise? You're now at a place of, what do I want it to feel like when the person is reading it? Do you know what I mean? And that is a big next step, but it's also a really fun step because now it gets into the place of like playing with pacing and tone and punctuation. And by punctuation, I don't mean like grammar, but like how you want to punctuate a sentence. And the easiest example of that I could give is if you have a very long sentence and then you punctuate that sentence with a very short sentence that kind of emphasizes the point, that short sentence really fucking hits. And it sort of acts as like breathing room for the next bit that you go through. So that's a little bit heady, I know, but genuinely starting to think about your writing in terms of the experience the reader has as they bounce through it is going to really elevate your writing quality. And also, it's fun. Like, it is a really fun thing to do, to try to write something structurally in a way that it, like, builds to a point and then hits that point, and then to know that it does, and then to see it do that. It's, like, really satisfying. It's very different sort of satisfying than, like, making a monster and having the monster work well, but it's also very similar in that you're essentially making a playground and someone's going through it, but the person who's going through it is, like, the reading brain. But it's stuff to think about. All right, let's move on to actual mechanic stuff.
All right.
We have Keen Pursuer and Modified Weaponry. We get proficiency in one skill, acrobatics, athletics, history. These are too many. Too many choices. When you give too many choices, it loses flavor. I would limit this. I would pick 3. Pick the 3 most important ones. And additionally, you can use a bonus action to take the dash or search action. I might limit this. Bonus action dash is a lot. It's a lot. It's also, like, one of the more powerful pieces of, like, early rogue kit. I think taking the search action is fine. I don't know how I feel about the dash action here. I might play around with that. Either limited in some way where you have to be moving towards a creature, sort of like the dash that orcs get, or something that isn't a dash in this moment, but is something that just genuinely improves your movement ability. Maybe it's a passive or something that ties to something else.
All right.
I think bonus action search is okay. I think that's fine. Okay, let's see. You modify your weapons to better suit your needs. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can modify 3 martial or simple weapons. I think if they're martial or simple, you can just say weapons, because it's all weapons, right? Are there any non-martial or non-simple? I think you can just say melee weapons. Because are there any melee weapons that aren't martial or simple? Like, maybe some campaigns use, like, exquisite or unique as, like, a sub thing, but most campaigns don't. So I think it's just weapons.
Okay.
While you are exotic is something that sometimes people use. Some campaigns include that. While you're wielding a modified weapon, it gains the finesse property and one of the following benefits. Are there any limits to the type of weapon other than it being a melee weapon?
The modifications specify, but no, just melee weapons in general.
So I would probably limit that a little bit more, only because you now create a situation where you can have a finesse greatsword, and that might not be a huge deal with this subclass, assuming they just only stay this class. But as soon as they multi-class into rogue, and now they are sneak attacking with a greatsword and getting extra attack, like it's going to be a little fucking hectic to be able to make any type of weapon a finesse weapon. So you're going to want to be. What I might even do here, honestly, is I might completely go in the other direction, and I might, instead of saying that the modified weapon becomes a finesse weapon, I might make it so the only weapons you can do it with are finesse weapons. I might make it a limitation instead of a strength. I don't think you don't have to do that, but my concern is this could it goes into it dives into a direction that isn't overpowered, but is dances with some hectic stuff potentially. Yes. Okay. And these are the 3.
Yes, Enchain, Impetus, and Blitz.
So to clarify, you're giving 1 to. So you're not going to put 3 of these on 3. You're not going to put Enchain on 3 different weapons. 1 gets Enchain, 1 gets Impetus, 1 gets Blitz.
It's more of each weapon gets 1 of these 3 you choose. So you can have 3 Enchained weapons. You can have
okay. But only you can wield them. So nobody else could wield your Enchained weapon.
No one else benefits from this. If you give it to someone else, they immediately lose all the benefits until you get it back in your hands. Okay,
let me look at Enchain. Your modified weapon gains the Throne property. The weapon returns to your hand immediately after it is used to make a ranged attack. If you're with a creature with this weapon, you can pull the creature up to 10 feet in a straight line towards you if it is large or smaller. Let's see. Your modified weapon can ignore the two-handed property. This is going to be this is stepping up. This This is now you're wielding a great sword one-handed and sneak attacking with it. Like normally you need to get like multiple feats. This is like you need to be getting like feats on. I don't like that's trouble in paradise. Because what if you go dual weapon? What if you go 2-weapon fighting? You know what I mean? I don't know. If you hit a creature with bonus action. Yeah, I don't like impetus. I think it's I don't think it's a good direction. I would say let me see what Blitz does before I give my other thoughts. Weapon gains the light property as long as that's the heavy. If you hit a creature with a weapon, you can shove or grapple the target with the same attack. Be back in a second. Back. Now we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. What's so funny?
We're back. We're back.
Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, Bacon, thank you for the 10. I bless you with sleepy, cuddly puppies. Oh, thank you so much, buddy. Okay, so here's my main feedback here. I think that you are putting way too much weight on aspects of the weapons that barely matter. And if they matter because you are trying to build them into something really interesting, I would just give us that interesting thing. Like, the throne property is kind of a big deal. But making a weapon light, I feel like Impetus and Blitz are kind of doing the same thing but opposite. And I'm going to be honest, all of these secondary features feel pretty fucking random. Like, I don't know why Enchain pulls something towards you. I don't know why you get an unarmed strike with Impetus. I don't understand why we get an extra shove or grapple with the Blitz thing. Like, they feel a little disjointed. And I sort of feel like I don't understand how this thing is supposed to play. I'm not asking you to answer any of those things or clarify any of those things. I'm just telling you that is the way these make me feel. I think that the light property really doesn't do anything other than let you wield something two-handed. I think the throne property lets you throw stuff. And I think that making a two-handed weapon one-handed is just overpowered, especially if it's also finesse. So my immediate thought is, I think I would, if you're going to do modified weaponry, I think you're going to need to, what I would strongly encourage you to do, and this might just be completely not what you want, but that's fine. If you don't want, don't listen to me. But what I would do if I were you is I would not have the weapon modifications be tied to things that change normal weapons from each other. Like I would completely drop any weapon modification stuff that has to do with things that any weapons already get. Don't make things count as light weapons or finesse weapons or thrown weapons. Literally give them modifications. So like, for example, you could make a weapon have extra reach or range, or you could make a weapon that when you hit someone with it, you can move them around, or, or it does a little bit of extra damage, or I don't know. But I would make them genuinely do new things, because I feel like the game of this subclass sort of becomes trying to figure out the optimal weapon to apply the different feature to, and I don't actually think those are going to have a huge impact. I feel like they're going to have quite less of an impact than it might feel like they're going to have. So I would drop any of that stuff, and I would lean much more into the moving creatures around, to the secondary effects of like you doing extra damage, or you grappling creatures, or you moving them around, or stuff like that. Because right now it sort of just feels like it doesn't really. Yeah, it's sort. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but someone sent in something where they like created areas of magical darkness around a single creature, and I was like, this is. Just make it do the thing that you want it to do instead of making it do a thing that is a step that the player has to interpret into what you want it to do. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, I don't want to have to be like, okay, well, I guess I'll put the light thing on this so I can wield it two-hand. Like, I just let them do the thing they're supposed to do. Like, what do you want Blitz to feel like? Don't talk about it in game mechanics. What do you want it to feel like?
I want it to feel like the person is wrestling you as they're fighting you, sort of like not to say like a monk, but
but they're like grappling you as they're grappling you as they're fighting you. Yeah. So then lean into it doing that. Don't worry about anything else. Like just hyper focus on the thing you want it to do. The other thing that I would say is, in general, depending on what features you give these things, if you are going to be doing stuff like you can pull a creature 10 feet or knock a creature 10 feet back or grapple a creature or things like that, they probably should only happen once per turn. Or if they're going to happen more than once per turn, there needs to be some element of saving throw or something involved.
Okay.
I think the concept, though, that you are like manipulating your weapons to be extra is fun and interesting. The other thing that I want to acknowledge here, which I think is important, is you're sort of doing two things at once with this third level feature, and that I think is where some of the issue is coming from, is that each of these features doesn't do one thing, it does two. It modifies the weapon and then modifies how you fight. And I think maybe that's the thing you should be asking. Am I doing modifying weapons or modifying fighting styles? Because, like, the grapple in Blitz has nothing to do with you modifying a weapon. It just has to do with you being good at grappling while you're fighting. You know what I mean? I would argue the same for Impetus. Impetus is, like, you're good at punching while you're fighting. What does that have to do with the weapon? You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Fluffcopter says, I think it's important to make situational puzzles instead of math problems. Because at the end of the day, oh, you guys are talking about a whole other thing. I'm not gonna worry about that. But yeah, I think just maybe separate, like, if they're gonna be a weapon modification, really make them a weapon modification. If it's gonna be like a unique fighting thing you do, make it a unique fighting thing you do. Don't try to make them both. Let's look at 7th level. You hunt down your targets with courageous abandon. When you attack with a modified weapon, you can choose to mark the first creature you hit on a turn. The mark lasts 10 minutes or until you mark another creature. When you mark a creature this way, you gain the following benefits. They have to make a wisdom save. The first time they're hit by you on a turn on a failed save, they're frightened until the end of their next turn. How many times can you use this feature? If this is infinite use, this is too strong.
Okay.
Your speed increases by 10 feet if you start your turn within 60 feet of the marked creature. I'm going to be honest. If you don't give us a movement thing here, if you're giving us a movement thing at 3rd level, or vice versa. This is doing the exact same thing as the 3rd level feature. We don't need to do that. I acknowledge that this is mechanically very different than bonus action dash, but thematically it's exactly the same thing. So we don't need both. Wounded Prey. You have advantage on perception and survival checks made to track the marked creature if it's missing any hit points. I think this is fun and interesting. I think the frightened thing is... Can I be honest, man? I feel like the frightened condition really doesn't fit here at all. I think the frightened condition works really well if the frightened condition didn't have any game mechanics to it. But what does the frightened condition do? It makes a creature run away. Everything you're doing is about pulling a creature towards you. Why would you ever impose a condition that encourages them to run away? Do you know what I mean? Like, it just literally... I acknowledge that it's frightening to be hit by a big scary guy, but from just a purely game mechanics perspective, this feels completely unhelpful for the subclass and its goals. The only thing that does anything like this is the Vengeance Paladin, but their frightened condition is very unique in that it also makes the creature movement speed drop to 0. So this is like, I have all these features that make me get closer to you, and then I impose a condition that makes you try to get as far away as you can. So I think it's missing the mark mechanically. The idea of marking creature and being able to target them, I think, is fun and interesting. I think these two are both fine if you get rid of the dash thing. I think Menacing Profession is just missing the mark mechanically. If anything, I think Menacing Profession should be like, if you hit a creature with a weapon attack, they lose their movement speed or something. You know what I mean? Like, their movement speed drops by 10 feet. Like, it should be the opposite. All right, let's take a look at a Dauntless Agent. You are resolute in your pursuit. Did you know that rhymed? Was that intentional? I don't know.
It was like a funny little accident that happened.
Hey, man, as long as you know it's there and you like it, because everyone that reads that is going to acknowledge it. If you like it, keep it. The only reason I point it out is because sometimes people unintentionally make a rhyme in their homebrew, and it's like every single person that reads it will notice it, and you just want to be aware of the things people are going to notice. You have immunity to the frightened condition, and when you roll initiative, you gain resistance to 1 damage type of your choice. You can spend a bonus action on your turn to change that chosen damage type. I think immunity to the frightened condition makes sense. I think the damage type resistance is a little bit of a stretch. I would say I don't know why. I don't know where that comes from, and I don't know where that comes from in 2 ways. That doesn't mean it can't be here. but I don't know where it comes from. I don't know where it comes from literally, because there's literally nothing magical about this guy, and I don't understand how he could not use a bonus action to become resistant to psychic damage or cold damage. You know what I mean? Like, literally, where is that coming from? Like, the fiction kind of doesn't match the mechanics. But also, I don't know why you getting a damage resistance. I don't know what that's doing to sell the subclass. Like, getting a defensive feature is good. I think we always want to get some defensive features, but this specific defensive feature, I'm not sure why. I don't know how it connects. Like, if the goal of this is that you are harder to stop, like you're like Dauntless Agent makes me feel like you're like relentless. I would lean less into stuff where you are resistant to damage and more into stuff that limits your mobility or would prevent you from keeping going. Like, I might make Dauntless Agent something where it's like you're much better against features that would make you stop moving or move you against your will, or features that would charm you in addition to frighten you, or that sort of thing. You could do damage resistance if you want. But I do feel like the image you're selling here is not a tough guy mercenary. They are essentially a relentless pursuer. Like, everything I'm seeing about this is you are quick, you can run guys down, you can move guys around, you can find guys well. So I would continue in that direction here. It doesn't need to be that. If you do want it to be something like that, though, keep it open-ended enough that it is something like when you have advantage on stuff against being moved against your will. Don't specifically make it where it's just you being better at charging towards your target, because you do want it to be a little bit more open-ended than just that. Somebody suggested ignoring difficult terrain. I think that could work too. The only thing I would say against that is very non-magical, which is fine. But in the same way that I feel like I don't buy this guy magically getting resistance to cold damage, I do buy this guy being so good at tracking and hunting that it almost becomes a magical resilience to not being stopped from doing that. Like, that I buy. So that's the only reason why I would say I don't think you need to limit it to difficult terrain, because difficult terrain is very grounded. Like, I like the idea that if somebody casts Hold Person on this guy, he is better at shrugging it off because he wants to keep going. Let me look at a 15th level. You break down your targets and make them easier to capture. I don't know if I agree with the word breakdown there, but I accept. When you use Menacing Professional, you can also give the marked creature the stunned condition. I would probably not tie this to Menacing Professional. I would probably tie this maybe to just marked creature, maybe. And maybe make it saving throw locked. And then I think it would be okay.
Okay. I just tied it to Menacing Professional, so I wouldn't stack like 2 saving throws on one hit.
Oh yeah, I mean, what if it was this? What if Dead or Alive was? What if it was this? What if it was when you? What if when you had a creature marked? So Wolf's Head right now does all 3 of these things at the same time. So that's not going to help with that. I might make Dead or Alive literally like...
If I get rid of Menacing Professional, I could move it up to Dead or Alive and like mess with the wording or change how Menacing Professional works mechanically.
Well, I might just make it like what if... I mean, it's 15th level. What if Dead or Alive was basically Stunning Strike? Like, what if Dead or Alive was just, when you hit a creature, you can force them to make a saving throw or they're stunned until the start of your next turn.
It, like separated from the mark itself.
Yeah, just like a whole new feature. That might be okay. Now, that is just Stunning Strike, so you do have to sort of decide how you feel about that. But it's also not Stunning Strike until 15th level. So I feel like it's different enough. But maybe something to think about.
My main concern would be just not making it stunning strike till 15th level. Sort of like other subclasses getting evasion till like 9th level.
Yeah. Let me Okay, let's do this again. Take mechanics out. What do you want this to do? What's the point of this if this was in a story?
In a story?
Yeah, like if like what does this represent about a character? Not mechanics. So like what is this supposed to feel like?
Quite literally, in the simplest way, you're just taking the sack over someone's head and just kidnapping them as far away from the enemy group as you can, so you can like isolate them, you know?
Okay.
In a very like brutish way to say it.
Okay, so I would argue that the stunned condition doesn't really feel like a kidnapping in that sort of way. It feels like paralyzing someone almost. I mean, that's kind of more of what it does. If I were you, if you want it to be more of like you are like kidnapping someone and pulling them away from stuff, what if it was, this is so different than what it is. I hate doing this, so if you, please don't listen to me if you don't like this, because I don't want to ever tell people to I don't like changing people's homebrew too much, but what you described to me, I would argue, would be less of a stun and more of a feature that was basically like some mechanic that allowed you, like when you hit a creature with an attack, you could automatically grapple them and then immediately move with them like 60 feet without provoking opportunity attacks. And it would be a very limited feature. That was like a special move you did. That was like, I hit you, grab you, and pull you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's what that sounds like to me. If you want to keep it as something like this, though, where you're just shutting someone down, I actually think it being stunned probably will work fine. If you want it to be different, you could pull some of the elements of stunned out and sort of break it down into its core component parts. Like, what if Dead or Alive was like, when you hit a creature with it, their movement speed drops to 0. They cannot make any vocalizations, and they have disadvantage on all strength and dexterity checks and saving throws until the end of your next turn. Do you know what I mean? Like, it could be something like that too, where it's not literally the stunned condition, but you're like shunting someone. You're like, nobody knows where you fucking are, and you can't do fucking shit.
That was one of the original concepts I came up for, like the no vocalization thing.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to try it out. It's just I don't know if I just didn't spend long enough like looking for it, but I couldn't find anything that was like outside of spells.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff in D&D that does that, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It just means it's harder to write out. So I don't think it doesn't need to be in Dead or Alive, but if you are really interested in the idea of giving them a feature where they're just quiet, it could even be like it could be a fucking modified weapon. It could be like when you hit a creature with this weapon, they cannot they cannot vocalize until you could make it. You could literally do that, like you're punching them into silence. The way that I would probably word that would be something like the creature cannot make noise or vocalize until the start of your next turn. I think I might even just make it like that. They cannot. So like it's just the idea is like you're basically like gagging them. But you definitely don't need to do that if you decided against it. But that's the way I would word something like that.
I'll probably add a work in progress section and see if I can actually make it work.
Yeah, no worries if not. I mean, somebody said something. Somebody said silenced, and you could. One thing that people do, and you don't need to do this, but what you certainly could do is when you hit a creature with this feature. They are affected as if they were targeted by the silence spell, period. You could literally say that, and then you could even add caveats, like they are affected as if they are silenced as if affected by the silence spell, comma, like however this is not a magical effect, period, or something like that. You know what I mean? Like you could you can build in caveats if you need to, if you want to just pull a mechanic out of a spell. That's totally a reasonable thing to do also. Even if you don't want it to be magical. People do that all the time, and it's not a bad move. Let me look at the 18th level feature. No mercy. You bring demise to those you seek out. I'm going to point something out minor here. This is less for you and more for chat. This is flavor text, okay? Now, normally I don't like a lot of flavor text in the mechanics. This is exactly the way to do it. It is a short, punchy, evocative sentence, and then you immediately jump into actions. If you want flavor text in your features, this is a really good example of it. It's just a very short little thing. It takes up almost no space. If I was a player and I was using this character sheet, if I was using this subclass in the game and I need to look something up, reading this sentence is not going to slow me down. So that's good. Take note, chat. All right. You and creatures of your choice gain advantage on attack rolls against marked creatures while they are bloodied. You don't need to answer this, but my immediately thought is, why does it have to be creatures of your choice? Why can't it just be can't it just be creatures that are when you mark a creature and they are below half hit points, all attacks against them are made with advantage? I feel like that could be the same thing.
That is actually fair. That is an oversight on my part.
It's not an oversight. It's no. You're talking yourself down. Don't do that. Be proud. It's just a different way of thinking about it. I just don't think you need it to be creatures of your choice. If you or a creature of your choice already have advantage on the attacks against creature while bloodied, successful attacks don't roll for damage. Instead, use the highest possible. I would cut this second part out, man. Honestly, I think everybody having advantage on a thing is probably fine. To be honest, dude, I think if... I'm going to be honest. I might move the 18th level feature to 15th level. Make it a limited use, once a day sort of thing, where you can just make everybody have advantage on the attack against the marked creature. I might not even make it bloodied. I might make it where they just have to not have full HP. And then I might make the 18th level feature some crazy ninja kidnap isolation move.
All right.
Maybe. Don't listen to me if you don't want to do that. But I could see this being a 15th level feature.
No, I'm just writing down notes of what you're saying.
The other thing that I would add, which you don't need to do at all, but normally when you get a feature at 3rd level, other features sort of build off of it. All of these features are fun and interesting, but none of them really build off of the 3rd level features. So the other thing that you might want to consider doing is either, and this would again be a big change, so please don't do it if you don't want to, but either at 10th or 15th level, instead of doing either of these features, improving the modified weaponry. Making the range, so for example, let's just use the Enchained one because I like that one the best. It could be at 15th level, the range of your thrown weapons from Enchained goes from 2060 to 6120. And the pull distance goes from 10 feet to 20 feet. And the creature can be huge or smaller. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds fun.
The only reason why I think that's a good thing to think about, because I'm going to be honest, all these features work, man. Nothing here, I mean, I have a lot of criticism. I'm sure I've been sharing it throughout. I don't remember all of it, but there's nothing in here that's like, fuck, this is stupid. Like, everything here is pretty solid. So, the thing you got to keep in mind is what is good at 3rd level is not necessarily going to be good at 20th level. Sometimes it is, because some aspects of the game are sort of the same at level 1 versus level 20. Like, the reason why the spell Bless is really good at level 1 and level 20, and both times they're just adding a d4 to your attack rolls and saving throws, is because your attack rolls overall get stronger sort of as the creature's AC gets stronger. So the difference between your attack roll and their AC is always kind of the same, whether you're level 1 or level 20. So adding a d4 to that is always going to be powerful. But adding a d4 damage is going to be pretty powerful at level 1, but it's going to fucking suck at level 20 because the amount of hit points things have is so much bigger. So some stuff scales really well naturally, and other stuff doesn't. And where stuff doesn't scale well, you're going to want to have it scale in some way or another because, and this is a thing that I think a lot of people struggle with. I don't actually think this piece struggles with it at all, but it's a good opportunity to talk about it, is you don't want your subclass's 3rd level features to stop being good when you get to higher level. Like, the goal of a subclass should be my 3rd level features are always good. And when I get to level 15, now I have all these other features, but I'm still always using my 3rd level feature. If you have a situation where you're one thing that people will do a lot of the time, for example, is at 3rd level, you get 3 weapon modifications, and these are them. And then at 15th level, you get 3 different weapon modifications, and they're all much better. And that might feel really good, but it sort of makes it where your 3rd level feature here kind of becomes a dead level, because now you will never use any of these 3 features, because the improved version at 15th level is just always going to be what you pick. And it kind of, in a weird way, it like takes part of your subclass away. So I don't really think you're doing that here. And I actually think these probably, their scaleness will sort of depend on how you want to tweak these. But if they don't scale naturally, if they are not doing something, if they're not tied into those core game mechanics in a way that they scale naturally, which my guess is they won't, because there's not a lot of things that do that. And I don't think most of the things these are going to do probably should be in that category. You're going to want to think about how they could scale. And that could be by them improving as a whole subclass feature at level 10 or level 15. Or it could be something like, let's use impetus for a second. It could be something like the bonus attack does 1d6 level at level 3, but when you get to level 10, it does 2d6 damage. And when you get to level 15, it does 3d6. Like, the damage could sort of scale in the way like a cantrip scales. That's another way that sometimes, and that's like how the Battle Master works, where like the Battle Master's moves are the same at level 1, same at level 3 versus level 17 or 15, but they're rolling a d8 versus a d12. You know what I mean? So they like that. It's like the numbers is going up because the size of their die is going up. So that's just some stuff to think about in general as you're like building subclasses. But overall, man, I mean, as much as I don't love everything in it, I do think that it's like, it feels pretty solid in a direction. And I think that for trying to build a fighter that is sort of like hunting people and having it feel distinct from a ranger is a hard thing to do. And I think you have the skeleton here, and not more than the skeleton. I think you have a lot here that does that quite well. I really like Wounded Prey. I think Wounded Prey is maybe my favorite feature. And I don't really have more thoughts. Do you have any questions, concerns, aspirations?
Not really. It's just this is part of the book, of course. You probably read in the description that I'm trying to create for 2024 rules.
Yeah, for sure.
So I am trying to put in as much of my soul into this book as possible. And
for sure.
Thank you for reviewing it. Shout out, chat. I love you, chat. Big heart to y'all.
Let me end you with one thing, because I when you say you're putting your soul into it, that speaks to something for me. And here's what I'm gonna say. It's lovely to put your soul into something. So it's good. It's hard because you can get kind of vulnerable feeling because you really want it to be good. And the more you care about a thing, the more precious it is to you. Don't ever feel like you need to throw something away as you're working on this, but be totally okay with making a new copy of this and changing things dramatically and then comparing it to the old copy. Don't throw the old shit away, but keep an old copy and then allow yourself to be fucking violent and tear it up without erasing it. To just see what else it can be sometimes. Not with this specifically, but in general with things you care about. But, the big thing I was going to say. When you're putting your heart into something, it is okay. And I would even say I would encourage you to try to make it, put as much uniqueness in as you can, so much as you're not overdoing it or doing it just for the point of doing it. And I'm going to use specifically the modified weapons here. Now, all of these modified weapons do something unique in the second part. And I think that that's good. All of what they do in the first part is it's adding a feature or changing a feature that is already sort of there. It's taking up space in a way that is certainly going to impact the game. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think I see your voice in it. And it's not because your voice isn't in this piece, but one of the things that, like, I see this a lot when people make, like, warlock subclasses for whatever reason, where they inevitably create a situation where, like, half the subclass features are just getting access to more spells or getting access to new spells. And that isn't giving us any of you. Like, we're not seeing you as a designer in there. We're seeing your ability to reorganize things that already exist. And sometimes that's important to do, and sometimes that's good to do. But I would encourage you, because you clearly are pretty good at this, right? Like, this looks really good on the page. The writing is solid. None of the mechanical descriptions here are hard to understand. Everything is clear. So you have enough of a foundation of skill here that you really probably don't need to rely on too many mechanics that already exist if you have ideas that are interesting that are not things that already exist. Like, I would encourage you to build new things if you think you can build something that's going to work well, as opposed to using something that already exists. Using something that already exists is a shortcut mechanically on the page because it's really concise. Like, I can just write, you do the silence spell, and then boom. You don't need to explain any of the mechanics of it. You just see, okay, silence spell. But a lot of the reason for that is making things more concise, or because it's just easier. I don't think you need to worry about either of those things, because you're pretty good at writing concisely, and it's clear. So I would just, final thought, I would encourage you to lean into your original ideas if you have them. And if you don't have them, I would challenge you to say, think about the types of characters in books or movies or TV shows or video games that might be this subclass. Like, if there was a character that was this subclass, figure out which character would be this subclass if you were going to try to give them a D&D subclass. And then think about what sorts of shit they can do that is really cool, and then try to build a brand new mechanic built around one of those things. Whether or not you decide to use it for this, it's going to be a really good exercise, and it's going to get you in that habit of learning from things that already exist, but not relying on them to build your own thing. Because the more you're building your own thing, that, especially if your goal is to, like, put something publicly out there, your voice is going to shine through. And as much as people love looking up a sci-fi compendium, finding a sci-fi compendium, using a sci-fi compendium, what people fall in love with and what people follow and what people, like, regularly look for is when they find writers that they like. There are certain homebrewers that people actively seek the brew that they make. And it's because they have figured out, not only are they, like, consistently a good brewer, but 99% of the time it's because they have a really unique voice, and that voice is the design voice. So feel encouraged, I would say, to push yourself to don't feel like you need to get too weird with it, but build some of your own stuff, man. Because the things that you've built here that are your own things are the best parts of it, by far.
All right. Thank you, man.
Those are my final thoughts. I'm going to hang up on you now, okay?
All right. Shout out, chat. Love you.
Bye. Click. All right, let's give our dear gnome a round of applause. One thing that I did not say to Gnome, but I think is true, is that it is hard to make a fighter subclass that doesn't do anything magical and also doesn't just feel like it should be a battle master. You know? Like, so many times when people make a subclass that's a fighter, it's like, okay, this could just be a monk, or this could just be a battle master. And this doesn't feel like that. So you should, also, that's good. It's good shit. Okie dokie. We have 2 more people in the waiting room. Let's grab. We got Sponge. Sponge, hello.
Oh, hello.
How's it going, Sponge?
It's going pretty good.
What are we looking at today? Did you send something in, or did you want to ask a question?
I did send something in, yes.
You did. Am I not? Let's see. Oh, I see. I found it. Is this a finished thing that we are looking at, or is this a thing you have a specific question about that you want me to discuss?
Yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure it's finished. I left it on the back burner for a while. Came back to it, and it's like, oh no, this. I may have cooked.
All right, let me give her a gander. Zipknot, what's up, Zipknot? How's it going, buddy? Oath of the March. Are you excited? Is this for the new Stephen King movie coming out? Oath of the March is taken by proud warriors who wish to stand as a beacon of hope. This is too vague. This is all paladins. They train their bodies and minds to maintain the unending rhythm. This is getting closer to what the opening sentence should be. The masters of the marching order can lead their armies to victory while keeping an unshaken cadence. The feeling behind this sentence, the second sentence, should be your first sentence, and your first sentence doesn't need to be in this. And then come up with make essentially the second sentence the first sentence, and then make a clarifying sentence, and then make the final sentence. And I think you're in a good spot. Never hesitate, never miss a beat, lead by example, act with unfaltering conviction. I think all these are pretty solid. I might, if I were you, I might tweak act with unfaltering conviction, because I also feel like that is also kind of just all paladins. Like, I might lean in more of like always move forward kind of vibe here. Maybe. I don't know. Something to think about. Let me lower the a little bit. Did I put this in the chat? Wait. Let me put this in the chat. Boom. Boom. Okay. Leading Rhythm. As a bonus action, you can spend a use of your channel divinity to embolden your allies. Choose a number of creatures within 60 feet of you up to a maximum of your charisma modifier. These chosen creatures can add 1d4 to their attack or damage rolls. They make each turn for 1 minute. Isn't there already a subclass that kind of does that? Isn't there already... I feel like there's already a feature... Isn't there already a paladin that does that? As long as they're within 60 feet of you and can hear you. I'm 99% sure there's a paladin that does some version of that.
I know it's a little bit in the same place as the Peace Cleric.
Alright, let me grab the Peace Cleric. Let me grab the Paladin. I just want to double check. Peace! It's a little bit like that, but I thought there was a Paladin that did something like that. No. Charisma modifier to your weapons. No. Maybe there's not. Maybe I'm misremembering. No, it's not Watchers. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, the only real thing I would say for this, and I think this is kind of an important one, is I feel like I would probably limit to just attack roll. There's a spell that does something similar to this, is maybe what I'm getting mixed up with. There's a spell where you and all creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you get to add 1d4 to their damage rolls. It's a paladin spell.
Okay.
It's very similar to that. That's what I was thinking of. I think it's probably fine. It does kind of just feel like the bless spell. That's the only thing that I don't love about it. Is it's like it's not really doing something unique. It's just the bless spell basically, but not as good. So I would keep that in mind. No. Into the indie, there's another one that adds damage. There's one that it's 1d4 damage. There's a very fun combo you can do with it plus the spell Animate Objects, because you can just have a swarm of objects and they do a shit ton of damage because they're all adding a d4. Crusader's Mantle. Yes. It's sort of like a weird combination of Crusader's Mantle and Bless, and maybe that's okay, but I feel like you could come up with something more original, especially with the goal of rhythm and movement and marching. I don't know if it's capturing that vibe. Let's look at the spells. Long Strider, Thunderwave, Kinetic Jaunt, Shatter, Sending, Thunderstep, Freedom of Movement, Staggering Smite, Destructive Wave, Animate Objects. Animate Objects feels fucking random. I would get rid of that. Everything else I feel like kind of makes sense. Thunderwave is a little random, but I accept it. Shatter's a little random, but I accept it. Shatter and Thunderwave feels like special moves a speedster could do in a video game, which is the only reason why I feel like I accept them. But if this is not intended to feel like a speedster in a video game, then Thunderwave and Shatter probably should also go. Let me take a look at the other thing. You get proficiency with a musical instrument and can use it as your spellcasting. Is this supposed to be a bard paladin? Is that the goal here?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. None of the features really sell that fiction so far, other than the ability to get an instrument. This is just, you're just way better at hurting and dealing damage, and these are all movement or hurting and dealing damage. You know, it's fine, but it's the instrument feels fine, but I don't know if I agree with it being a spellcasting focus unless we're going to be tying that into some of the more of the mechanics. It feels sort of random. Beat the Change. When a creature that benefits from your aura of protection is hit by an attack, You can use your reaction to swap places with that creature. The attack hits you instead, and you gain resistance to the triggering damage. That's pretty good. It's very strong. I don't know if I would give you resistance to the triggering damage. Maybe that's fine. I like it. I will say this. My main feedback so far, none of these features feel like they belong to the same subclass. Leading Rhythm does not feel like it belongs to Beat Change. These spells do not feel like they belong with the same subclass as Beat Change or Leading Rhythm. I think it's probably fine. It feels a little strong. If I were you, I would keep an eye on the resistance to the triggering damage thing. That might feel weird. I don't know if I like that or not. Okay. The other thing that I would say that you might just want to keep in mind is that this gets funky at higher levels when your Aura of Protection increases to a range of 30 feet. Like, are you teleporting? What's happening then? I don't know if you care about that. I don't know if that matters to you, but that's just a thing to think about. Because eventually you're going to be able to be doing this with creatures that are 30 feet away from you. At 15th level, you can cast level 1 Paladin. When you cast a level 1 plus Paladin spell. I'm not sure if this is the way it's written in the new edition. If it is, that makes me sad.
Yeah.
Is that how it's written in the new edition?
Yeah, I hate it.
Oh, that makes me sad, yeah. Oh, well. If you were going to write it for the older edition, I'd say leveled Paladin spell. One creature of your choice within 30 feet of you can use its reaction to move up to its movement speed without provoking opportunity attack. I like this. I think this is really good. I like it. I feel like this is the first one that feels like it's capturing the vibe that I want when you're explaining this thing. Bonus action. You become the embodiment of Relentless Drumline for 10 minutes. You gain following benefits once you use this feature. You cannot use it against your feature. Okay, what does it do? Your speed increases, and you can't have your speed reduced. When you move within 5 feet of a hostile creature for the first time on your turn, it has to make a saving throw or take some damage and fall prone. Or be shoved back. That's fun. When you cast Divine Smite, you can choose to end the effects of Celestial Crescendo to deal additional 5d8 radiant damage. And the target makes a wisdom save. On a failure, they're deafened and can't cast spells that have... I don't love Crashing Finish. I might change Crashing Finish to not ending Celestial Crescendo early. And just make it where when you hit a creature with the Divine Smite, these things happen. And not have it be a special thing that ends the feature early. Have it just be a thing where it's like, while you're in this move, when you hit a creature with a Divine Smite, they are also deafened and can't speak and have disadvantage on abilities. I wouldn't make it all ability checks. I might limit that a little bit. I might make that like a check's related to, I don't know, wisdom, because it's like sort of wisdom is sort of like awareness. But I don't think it needs to be a thing that ends the feature, and I don't think it dealing the extra damage is worth it. I would just tie it to Divine Smite. I think you got some really fun ideas here. I do think that you are shooting yourself a foot in the foot a little bit with the Leading Rhythm feature. Okay. Leading Rhythm is a little too open-ended and a little too stereotypical bland Paladin, where it's making me like really lean into looking at the spells to understand what this thing is supposed to feel like, and the spells are also a little bit all over the place. Not in a bad way, but in a way where I think we need a much more solid, not solid, because it is solid. Like, it's pretty much fine mechanically. I mean solid, like solidly tied to the vibe of the subclass. I think for the initial third level feature.
More thematic cohesion.
Yeah. Like I almost feel like Leading Rhythm should be bonus action, you activate it, creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you get plus 20 to their movement speed. I don't think it needs to be that specifically, but like something that's leading to like you are getting things going. You're building momentum. You're keeping momentum going, because that's what rhythm is, right? Rhythm is persistence and energy and that sort of thing. I don't know if I love it being adding to attack rolls.
Okay.
Those are my main thoughts. I also think you could play around with it. I was gonna say something, but maybe I don't want to say it. It could also be a little bit of both. It could be something like you expend use of your channel divinity, and creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you either get to add plus 1d4 to their attack rolls, or they get plus 15 to their movement speed, and can ignore difficult terrain. You know, you could kind of make it 2 features if you want by doing it something like that.
Okay.
Is the sound not working? Someone said sound. I hope
Oh.
it's working.
Sound.
No, I think it's working.
Okay.
Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
So, I think there's one thing that I'm wondering.
Sure.
I had been hoping that. So you know that Mickey Mouse thing where the music is playing and all the things are dancing around because of the wizard.
Sure.
That was kind of what I was trying to allow to happen with animate objects. Is that just not a good
It doesn't
idea?
make any fucking sense. It has nothing to do with the subclass.
Okay.
Like, that's a great idea, and I love that moment in that movie, and that would make a lot of sense for, like, a conjuration wizard or somebody that was animating objects, but there's literally nothing in this subclass that has anything to do with you bringing life to things, and I feel like that doesn't sell the fiction of this thing at all. That's just me. If you really like it, keep it. But I would say that is a thing that I think you like that image more than that image makes sense with this subclass.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Cool. Thank you very much for the call, man. It's a fun subclass. I hope you keep working on it. Honestly, if I was getting main feedback would be, I think Conductor's movement and the first 2 features of Celestial Crescendo are where this thing is the best. And I would use those to build out other changes if you want to make them. Beat change is also pretty good too. I like beat change too. Okay, I'm hanging up on you now, okay?
Yep.
All right, bye, click. That was Sponge. Let's give him a little round of applause. Thank you. All right, we got one more caller in, and then we'll do a wheel spin. Ren! How's it going, Ren? Ren, you're going to need to unmute and undeafen. Ren.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, the stream delay.
No
Very
worries,
good,
how's it going,
thank
buddy?
Yeah, I'm excited to be here again. So,
All right, so we are looking at a subclass. You said you have a question about this one. I can read your do you want me to read your question, or do you want to just explain it?
No, I can explain. So, honestly, I just got lost in the sauce. Like, I'm trying to design this ranger subclass inspired by Indiana Jones, you know? Like, good at dungeon crawling and also, like, some whip techniques, but between that, I was trying to make my first draft, but as I started modifying and I forgot to add this feature, or I wanted to include something to do with archaeology. So at the end, it got really messy and I lost direction. So I wasn't like wondering about specifically any feature, but have a direction towards.
You cut out a little bit there at the end. So you said you're looking for you're cutting out a little bit, bud.
Yeah, simply got. So yeah.
Okay, you just cut out when you asked your question. Were you saying you just want help? You want to know if the general direction is working? You cut out when you asked your question? Are you listening in Discord or are you listening through the stream? Make sure you're listening on Discord.
In Discord.
Okay, because there was a bit of a delay. Yeah, there was like a 5 or 6 second delay. So okay. So is your question? Do you have a specific question? Is there a specific feature you want me to look at, or do you want me to just read it and give you feedback on it? What are you? I didn't hear your question.
So, basically, I need a new direction because what I'm doing isn't working. So right now I want to start over,
Okay.
but I don't know how to go about making this subclass. So I
Okay.
wanted to include some aspect of archaeology and
Mhm.
dungeon crawling.
Okay. So
Uh-huh.
I think then maybe we don't need to read it at all, and we can just talk about it. So if you want it to
Yeah,
be
we can.
a ranger subclass that is about dungeon crawling and archaeology, I think the thing to think about is I think that's a great thing from a flavor perspective. I think the question you have to ask yourself is how does that translate into usable game mechanics? And I would argue the way that translates into usable game mechanics is going to tie into finding secrets, history-related things, and magic items. That's going to be the ways that actually ties into mechanics, because being into archaeology is just a history. It's just, it could be a lot of things. So if I were you, I would, in the same sort of way that the Horizon Walker has some unique abilities that make it really good at noticing extraplanar travel or other planes, I might give this guy some abilities that allows him to track magic items or things like that. I probably would also consider giving them abilities that made them just generally better at navigating ancient ruins or dilapidated spaces, or finding secret things or hidden things. I might also make them just naturally better at avoiding damage and stuff from traps and trap-related things. I might also make them better with magic items. You could have a feature where it's when you make an attack with a magic item, you get to deal an extra 1d4 force damage. Just stuff like that. All rangers get something at 3rd level where they deal a little bit of extra damage. So yours could be something where the limit of that extra damage is a magic item. And maybe, I don't know if that would go in that direction 100%, but I think that's the most important thing is you got to figure out, not just capturing the vibe, but, what mechanics do you want to start implementing in that direction,
So I...
Or if it's... All right, I'm back.
Okay. So... I had this one feature that I was proud of, that it was kind of like legend lore, but specifically when holding magic items to know their origin or something related to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that would be a powerful feature to put at 3rd level. Because I wanted to...
It depends on what information it gives, because there is a spell in D&D that does that, and that spell is a 5th level spell.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a spell in D&D called Legend Lore, and you basically can cast it on something and learn its history.
All right, I'll look into it.
So you could use that as somebody in chat suggested you could do a watered down version of Legend Lore. But I wouldn't just, but you got to be careful because Legend Lore, again, it's a really expensive spell to cast, and it's a 5th level spell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
The other thing that you could do if you wanted to is you could, in the same sort of way that fighters get the ability to study a creature and learn some of its stats, or there's the Monster Slayer Ranger gets a way to look at a creature and learns its resistances and vulnerabilities. You could do something like that, where you could look at an object and study it for a minute, and after studying it for a minute, you can learn 1 of 3 pieces of information about it, or something like that. Knowledge Cleric might have some move like that a little bit too. But that could be a way you could, maybe if you copied the Battle Master, it could be okay, you could learn how old the object is, or what sort of people crafted it, where what's cultural history is, or one unique magical property it has, or something like that. It could be, I don't know, something like that. But that could be a way you lean into gamifying their ability to study objects. But again, that's not going to be a super valuable feature a lot of the time, because while knowing that information is going to be interesting, the amount of times that knowing that information is going to be relevant to the plot in a helpful way is entirely dependent on the dungeon master. So it doesn't take agency away from the player, but it does kind of create a weird situation where the player's ability is stronger or weaker depending on the dungeon master. And I don't love that. So you're going to want to make sure there's some mechanical somethings going on there that they can lean into that are really going to help them, like, in combat also.
Okay. Yeah, so I was looking at also adding, like, whip techniques for that. Like, but I don't think that's, like, too compatible with the direction that we're going. But I
think the whip techniques thing works really well if your goal is I'm making an Indiana Jones Ranger. If you don't want it to be an Indiana Jones Ranger, then don't do whip stuff.
Well, I do, so I'll do it.
Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. If you want it to literally be an Indiana Jones Ranger, where the subclass is intentionally a little bit of a joke, not in terms of what it does, but in terms of its mechanics, because it literally is Indiana Jones, then keep the whip. If you want it to be like you are a treasure hunting adventurer, I would not keep the whip. What you could maybe do is keep the whip in as like an Easter egg. Like, what if at 3rd level, you pick your specialized treasure hunting weapon, and you could pick a whip or a cane or, like, I don't know, something else a little bit unusual. And then you get like a special thing when you fight with that weapon. So they could pick the whip if they want to do the Indiana Jones stereotype, but there's also like other things they could kind of pick if they don't want to do that. Because if you make it a treasure hunting subclass and it gets a core feature that is a whip, it is no longer a treasure hunting subclass. It is an Indiana Jones subclass. You know what I mean?
Okay. I'll stick with the treasure hunting.
But if you like, there's not a wrong choice there. You know.
I know. I know that you're only giving advice, but that I'm deciding now that I'm sticking with the treasure hunter.
So if you're gonna stick to the treasure hunter thing, I would probably give them some unique special. I would probably do the thing where at 3rd level they get a special weapon from their studies, right? It could be like in the same way that a warlock has a pact. It doesn't need to be built into the plot that they talk to a devil. It's just built into the you have a weapon. You get a specialized item from your studies, and then you could make it. You could either make it a whip and then a couple other things, or you could make it a little bit more open-ended where you're like pick a martial melee weapon or a ranged weapon or like a hat or something, and then it could do something kind of different depending on what it was, and maybe you could switch what it is on a long rest. So if it was going to be like, let's keep it as weapon, so it's like either like a whip or like a cane sword or like what's another fun adventuring type weapon, like a boomerang. Okay, let's say it's one of those 3 things. You could make it so it's like you're proficient with this weapon, and then in addition, when you use that weapon, you get some extra bonus, and that bonus could be some combination of damage or utility features, and that could fill the space that rangers need filled for dealing a little bit of extra damage. So you could do something like that. I wouldn't. Right? You see what I mean? That way you could sort of tie in you have something special immediately, and you don't need to try to figure out how to make them being good at archaeology is tied into them fighting, you know? 'Cause that's hard. That's annoying to have to do. Just so like and people are talking about, somebody said for whip techniques you could give something like Thorn Whip where they could like pull people around. I don't think there's a wrong answer here. I genuinely think what I would do if I were you is the thing I would think about the most before I built any game mechanics are what are fun options to give that help sell certain types of treasure hunters. Like, I think the whip is great because it feels like Indiana Jones. I personally love the cane sword because that also feels like gentleman adventurer to me. Is like a guy with a cane sword. You know what I mean? Like, that feels like a type of guy that would go on a... So, like, it doesn't need to be that. But I would come up with weapons that are kind of fun in a way that they help sell certain types of fictions of treasure hunters, or you just think would be really fun for a treasure hunter to have. Like, I would not make them just a dagger or a longbow. I would make them all a little weird in the way that the whip is a little weird.
Yeah, maybe darts.
Darts could also work too. Okay. Yeah. And I think but I think that's a really solid direction. And I actually think if you do that at 3rd level, and then maybe have that improve at a higher level, and then you just fill the rest of it out with treasure hunting shit, I think you'll be in a really good place. And by the way, that picking a special object should be one of 2.5 third level features. So that's one of their features. And then you give them another feature that is really good, that has to do really more with being a treasure hunter. And then you give them a half feature that is also tied to being a treasure hunter, like a flavor, give them a little ribbon thing. Because the Rangers are very front loaded, and it's okay to do that. Like, don't hesitate to lean into that.
Okay. I definitely will. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Now
man.
I have a clear.
It's a really fun subclass idea. Like, even though we didn't really read through it, and I hope you don't mind that we didn't read through it, but like, I think that I'm glad you acknowledge, I'm glad you were able to like come to the understanding that like you like the idea, but you got a little lost in the sauce with it, because it is a really good idea. Like, I also think it's very fitting for a Ranger subclass. Most Ranger subclasses are about a person that is like sort of on the edge between civilization and a thing. So like civilization and the extra plane, civilization and the Feywild, civilization and the beasts. Do you know what I mean? So civilization and like ancient ruins is also kind of a good vibe. Like, that's really solid. That's a good vibe for sure.
Yeah.
What's up, Quincy N? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. All right, buddy. Any other final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, I just wanted to let you know that I'm still trying to do a subclass for every class, and eventually I'll make my class.
Hell yeah. It's fun making some class. I'm going to be honest. Some classes are much more fun to make subclasses for than others. Like, I do not like making wizard subclasses. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. I love wizards. I like reading them, but I don't like making them. I kind of hate making them. I love
That's
making
fair.
ranger subclasses. I love rogue subclasses are also really fun to make. But sorcerers are also kind of fun to make. I hate making cleric subclasses. I hate making, I don't know why. I don't really like making druids. I don't like making full caster subclasses was what I'm realizing as I'm saying it. Whatever. It's not, it's a me problem.
Interesting.
It's a me problem. It's because the more, you know what it is? It's because I like playing martial classes more, and I have more ideas for martial classes than I do for magic classes. Also, there's so many fucking spells, and when you're building a class, when you're building a subclass for a full caster, you have to kind of keep in mind the totality of their spells, because they also have those. And you need the subclass to work regardless of what spells they pick. And you don't want the subclass to do the same thing as any of the spells. And it's just like, it's a game that is like not super fun for me to play, you know? But some people like playing that game. They're crazy. All right, I'm going to hang up on you now, okay?
Eventually, okay, bye.
No, you can say what you were going to say. I don't actually like being rude.
Oh, yeah. Well, I actually am still working on like a ground druid, like actually modifying the ground to make it difficult terrain.
I love that idea. I think
forward.
listen. I think coming up with concepts for full subcasters is great. I don't love literally coming up with them. All right, I'm hanging up on you. I love you. Bye. Click. All right, let's give Ren a little round of applause. Thank you. Ooh, a pickaxe would be a really fun one. Cave and Clave said a pickaxe. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, somebody told me earlier on stream, and I stopped the stream, and we watched it, and I made a lot of screaming noises. I was very excited. It's crazy that Pirate Software knows who I am. That's fucking nuts. I mean, he kind of knows who I am. He didn't know what my name was, but he knew that I was a dwarfy-looking dude. I would love to... listen, I have very, 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 very slightly started to occasionally cross paths with some of the bigger names in this space. There's a clip. Where's the clip? I want the clip. Is the clip on my channel or his? I don't know. I'll check it out. But I'm not used to it when it happens. But it's crazy. I don't think it leads to anything. But I would love to get into a call with Pirate Software. That would be so fun. But I don't think it's going to happen. But man, it would also just be really interesting, I think, to talk to someone about game design. Because he is like a video game design guy. And I am not a video game design guy, but I'm a D&D design guy. So there might be a conversation to be had there that might actually be interesting. But I don't know. I don't know how entertaining I am. But yeah, that was pretty fucking cool. That's the first time that like a really, really big name mentioned me. I have had conversations with a couple big names, and they were like polite, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I think I see your stuff," but nobody that would be like, "I am now going to make mention of this guy." Yeah, that was a really fun moment in stream. That was really nice feeling. All right, I'm gonna grab Monkey Wrench. Monkey Wrench, what's up, cowboy?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'm gonna mute the stream.
Mute the stream. Did you send in Homebrew you wanted us to look at, or did you want to just talk through an idea?
I did send in Homebrew on just a Homebrewery link.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I see.
It's okay. You see it? Cool.
Yeah, I found it. When people call in, I don't require. Oh, I think you need to make it publicly available.
Oh, let me.
You might have sent the wrong link.
Oh yeah. So hold on. I bet.
Is this it? Is it the 7 stride boots?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, found it. I just had to. We're good. We're good. Okay. Okay. So normally when I do these sorts of things, I like to ask: is there a specific thing you want us to talk about? That you want help with, or do you want me to read it and give feedback in general? Like, is there what? Don't send me in the right direction. I don't want to just criticize it if you're not looking for criticism. So if there's something specific you want help with, let me know.
So I don't mind criticism at all. This is my first homebrew ever.
Sure.
And I am just trying to get a little comfortable with the rules, but also my thought was I wanted to make something that gave players a lot of options, and then also the DM clear rules on how to take something that was a very simple concept. And I'm always frustrated if an item, like I want to do something with an item, but there's not a rule for that. So I tried to make something that was very usable, but also had a lot of uses.
Sure.
So that would be my question: is like, how usable is it?
All right, I'm gonna give it a read. I think that I have a lot of thoughts before I read it based on what you said, but I won't actually read it. The first thought that I have is you have to be careful how much you explain in something sometimes, because it can be too much. And it can make something that is a really good idea kind of fall apart if you overdo it. I'm not saying you're doing that, but that was the first thing that popped into my head. Let me take a look. 7 stride boots.
For sure.
Yeah. While you wear these boots, you can take a bonus action to blink to a space exactly 7 strides away from you in a single step. 7 strides is not anything. So this is a perfect example of this is where you have flavor that is getting in the way of mechanical clarity. You should just say how far you can teleport. Don't say 7 strides. That means nothing. That's the equivalent of saying, when you cast this spell, make a fleckle attack. I don't know what a fleckle attack is. That means nothing. The person who's reading it is just going to be confused. The
so
total
what
distance.
I do below
Let me finish reading. I don't want you to. You're new here, and that's fine. But what I ask when we have these conversations is, don't answer something that I'm not asking directly. You want the piece to stand up for itself. So, like, for example, if you immediately go down here and then clarify how the feature works, which it looks like you do, that's good. That really doesn't solve the problem of this sentence, because this sentence should not be flavor, because you literally are explaining the mechanics here. So the fact that the second half of this sentence is flavor and the first half of this is mechanics is a big problem. And that's important. Like, if I am confused when I finish this sentence, the sentence that I read later doesn't solve the problem of me being confused. I'm confused. Like, genuinely, you are going to be in a situation sometimes where someone will read this and they will stop reading here because they're like, oh, this person doesn't know how to write D&D mechanics, because they think things are measured in strides. You don't want to be in that situation. So what you could do is, for example, you could say, while wearing these boots, you can use a bonus action to teleport to teleport to a place you can see within between 10 and 70 feet of you. When you do the following, whatever happens, I don't know what the distance is, but like something like build. If you're explaining the mechanics, explain the mechanics. All right. Total distance you travel is determined by your size. Once used, this property can't be used again until the next dawn. Okay. So what I would do if I was going to reword this is I would say, as a bonus action, you can teleport to a space you can see. The distance you can teleport is determined by your size. And then I would just have the table. Cut literally all the other stuff out, except for the you can only use it once per dawn. I'm going to point some stuff out here.
Okay.
The bottom 2 ones and the top one will almost never come up, to the point where unless the rest of the item is about making you really big or really little, it feels like you are filling space in a way that is unneeded. It is very rare for a character to become huge or gargantuan. The only way to do it I can think of off the top of my head is for you to be a Dorigar, or for you to be a Rune Knight, or for you to be a giant barbarian, and then for someone to cast Enlarge on you. And in fact, the Enlarge thing doesn't work on the Dorigar, but you could be a Dorigar and a barbarian, or a Dorigar and a Rune Knight, and you could do it on yourself. But that's like 6 different ways that could happen, because you can't cast Enlarge on someone twice. If you cast Enlarge on someone, they get bigger, and then if you cast it again, they don't get bigger again. They just stay the same, because you can't double up on spells. So there's a lot of stuff here that it's not irrelevant, but like this doesn't feel like this mechanic would make a mountain more sense if you were teleporting a creature, because you're going to see the whole span of creatures. But basing it off of your own size feels overly complicated when 99% of the time your size is not going to change in a campaign. So 9 times out of 10, this is a teleport 20 feet. This is a lot of words to get to something that is just rarely going to happen. So just something to think about. Let me look at the other stuff. I'm over here. If you make a melee attack on an enemy after blinking on your turn, that enemy has to make an intelligence saving throw against your choice of deception or intimidation. That is not how D&D game mechanics work. Saving throws are based on a DC. They're based on a number. So what you would do is you would have to put what that number is also. So your enemy has to make an intelligence saving throw, and then in parentheses you would put like DC 15 or DC 13. If you want it to be a contested check, then that would be you make an investigation check and they make a deception check. And that's how you make it like a contested check. Is like you make a check and they make a check. But there's no saving throws aren't checks. Saving throws are saving throws, and you're mixing them up.
Yeah, okay.
This is another situation where it's like kind of overcomplicated for the goal. Like, what is the goal? The goal of this feature is you get advantage with an attack. Why do we need to do all that stuff to get there? One of the things that I think is really important to think about when we're making homebrew is you don't really want the path to be more complicated than the thing it does. So if all this does is give advantage on an attack roll, I would say what I would probably do is, honestly, I would just bake it into this. I would say, as an action, you can teleport to a space you can see within 20 feet. The next attack you make on this turn is made with advantage, period. Like, this doesn't need to be its whole other feature. This is literally just tied to the teleport. So just bake it into the teleport, and it's not that much. It's just advantage on attack roll. So it could literally just be in there. I hope this works. Don't say may, say can. You may attempt to blink to an unoccupied space you can see. This needs action economy. Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? How are you doing it? When you do make an acrobatics check to determine how you land. If you've never seen the target area, roll the check with disadvantage. So there's no range on this? Okay, so first of all, this needs to have a range. Otherwise, you could just teleport anywhere in the universe, and this is stronger than some 8th level spells. I'm going to be honest, man. I don't love this. Let me just see what it does. If you've never seen the area, roll this check with disadvantage. If you've a map of the area or proficiency with the cartographer's tools, roll this check with advantage. On a 1 through 3, take some damage. You can't move for an hour. This is not a fun mechanic. A magic item that makes it so you can't move for an hour and you're teleporting somewhere else just means, hey, guess what? You get to watch other people play D&D for a while. That's not fun. Stunned is also... It's okay if it's just a turn. Also, stunned probably should be more detrimental. It should be higher up on this list. Oh man, okay. Here's my main feedback. Main feedback is, I hope this works. If you want to keep this feature, it needs amount of uses, it needs limitations, and by limitations I mean like areas of stuff, blah 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 blah. Also, we need rules for what if you try to teleport into an area you can't fit, or you try to teleport into an area where you don't know if there's space to go. Like, for example, what happens if I use this spell and try to teleport through a wall, and I don't know what's on the other side of that wall? Well, it might be a regular room. If it's a regular room, this mechanic works really well. But what if there's not? What if on the other side of the wall is just earth because we're in a dungeon and there's nothing on the other side? What happens? What if the other side of the wall is a prison cell for fairies? So it's a room that's only a foot tall. How does that work? So like, there's a lot of stuff here that is not accounted for. I would also argue that like, I don't know if it makes. There's a lot of stuff here that I feel like is interesting on its own, but they don't fit together in a way that feels cohesive. Being able to teleport based on how large you are is interesting conceptually. I don't actually think it's going to be that interesting mechanically. Being able to teleport to spaces you can't see, I think is very interesting and could be interesting mechanically. But right now, it's not clear where those limitations lie. But more importantly than that, being able to teleport to a space you can't see has literally nothing to do with being able to teleport based on your size. Other than the fact that it's tied to teleportation. But that doesn't count. Like, why is this item doing random... There's a lot of stuff that can teleport. Why is this item based on size? Why is it getting the ability to teleport to places you get? Like, I'm not seeing how these things tie together. It feels sort of like, and I'm not saying you did this, and if you did, that's actually fine. It doesn't matter. It feels sort of like someone was like, I want an item that teleports, but I want it to do cool random stuff. So they wrote a list of different ways that teleporting might be fun. That's different than the way that normal teleporting works in like Misty Step or stuff like that. And then just put a couple of them in. But that doesn't work because they don't mix well. Like, all of these features individually feel kind of like, individually almost any of them would make sense, but together they feel mismatched. It's like you're wearing checkers and plaid at the same time.
Yeah, I think when I was designing it for myself, I had a very clear idea of how these things connected, but I also knew at the same time that my grasp of the rules and the verbiage wasn't quite there yet, and I was just excited about the idea.
For sure. So if you can tell how they fit together, then the thing for you to think about is how to get that connectivity on the page mechanically.
Yeah.
How to make it so the person who's reading it can feel that same interconnectedness. And then for stuff like, I hope this works, you want to use features like you need to, there are abilities like etherealness, or features that certain creatures get where they can move through objects that will give you a lot of the parameters for how to deal with ending in a space that isn't a space, which is what you might need to deal with for this one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking with the force damage, but also it's good that you mentioned the ethereal as well, because it was only halfway through this that I saw that there was actually like cloud giants can kind of already do the teleporting thing I was trying to do. And so at least the first ability. So it's good to have reference abilities, because I think that's the reason that the first ability works at all, is because
you need the language. Oh, for sure. And looking for references is like super helpful. I would say it's the difference between people that get good at writing homebrew and people that don't get good at writing homebrew is often the people that are willing to take the time to look up references. I think that the language that I would use would be something like, you can attempt to teleport to an unoccupied space you cannot see. When you do, make an acrobatics check. Bop, 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 bop. Honestly, I don't think I would make it I don't know if I would make it an acrobatics check, honestly. I might make it, I guess acrobatics check is fine. But I would probably say make an acrobatics check to determine how you land. Or but the thing is, you're never going to roll a 1. Like, this feels like I should just be rolling on a d20 table as opposed to using an acrobatics check. If you're going to use an acrobatics check, I think that you need to think about that in the scaling a little bit more of how this feature works, because realistically, you're never going to hit these bottom 2 if your character has any acrobatics. But have language for, like, if the area you're trying to teleport to, if you wouldn't fit or something like that, then it could be like it doesn't work and you are shunted out and you take a shit ton of damage. There is a spell called what's it called? There's a spell that basically does this already, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Dimension Door. So Dimension Door, you don't need to see the place you're teleporting to. So that's another thing that you could look at for getting the wording right. Dimension Door just lets you teleport 500 feet in any direction. You don't need to see where you're going. So that also might be a good balancing tool, because Dimension Door is like a 4th level spell. So you could use... This should not be nearly as powerful as that spell. This should be much less powerful than that, especially as it like an uncommon item. An uncommon item should not be able to cast anything close to a 4th level spell. So you're going to want this to be significantly limited. The range is probably going to have to be super fucking short. I might make it like 10 feet, 20 feet, and have some caveats and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't write it, but my plan was for it to match the 20 feet.
The other thing that I would say, and this is just more of a general design thing, if there is not a larger intention behind your size determining how far you can teleport that we either see in the mechanics or the flavor, don't do that. Because it's so different that it's really... I'm paying attention to it. Like, it is... I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's unquestionably different. What's up, Golden Refrigerator? And it sort of is the kind of thing where, like, it's so different that you are expecting it to pay off somewhere later on, and it doesn't. So I would either drop it entirely or make much more of the item make sense with it. Maybe not drop the teleport, but drop the size-basedness, unless the size-basedness is really going to come into play later.
Yeah, I see how that's more work for the DM than I...
It's not even more work for the DM. It's just like... It's like saying, here, you have a magic sword, okay? You have a magic sword. And the magic sword allows you to deal damage to creatures. And it deals... And you get to... Let me rephrase. You get a magic sword, okay? And the magic sword allows you to deal different types of damage depending on what type of vision you have. So if you have dark vision... You get one thing. If you have tremor sense, whatever, okay? And then the rest of the item is about your ability to jump and to burrow. Why is the first thing tied to vision? Doesn't make any fucking sense. And that's sort of what this is doing. Where it's like, none of that stuff is bad, but it just literally is so different than what people would expect that it would be like if you made an episode of The Office and then one of the characters was just a fucking alien and you never referenced it and they like started eating and killing people casually, but like it wasn't a part of the show. It was just sort of like that happened. You're like, why did they do that? That's all I could think about all episode, and it never paid off. It never did anything.
Yeah, I get that.
It's too unique to not address. Cool. Those are my main thoughts. I don't really have other thoughts.
No, I appreciate the feedback. I think I can make much better stuff next time. So
listen, it's not about making much better stuff next time. We don't ever need to be good or bad or anything. It's just about growing. So don't feel like this is bad. This isn't bad. There's a lot of really interesting ideas in here. You said this was your first piece of homebrew?
Yeah, and I actually really like it.
But there's a lot of really
see where it can grow.
Here's what I would say. In my opinion, you have like 2 or 3 really interesting ideas, and if I were you, I would not try to mush them together. If you want to mush them together, you should. But that doesn't take away from the fact that they're all interesting ideas. And for a first piece of homebrew, this is very well formatted. It's very easy to understand. There's like a couple little like writing things that you got wrong just because you're new to making homebrew. But you should. This is a very solid first piece of homebrew. It's interesting. It's got some really new stuff. The most important thing is just to make sure that when you're introducing something new or weird, you're not tunnel vision just in your own head, oh, this makes sense because it makes sense in my head because I've been thinking about it for 3 hours. It has to make sense on the page too. So that's where some of that creation can get lost in translation. Because when you think about your homebrew for an hour, the person who's reading it hasn't thought about it for an hour. They don't know anything about it. This is the first intro. So it has to make sense immediately. It can't be like oh, this makes sense because of this one scene in this movie that I'm trying to capture the feeling of. Nobody else is going to have that thought. So and this is more than just for D&D writing, but a lot of writing and a lot of why a lot of times people think their writing is really good, but it's really bad is because they've thought about it a lot. So they really understand the importance of the sentence they wrote because they've thought about it for a long time. They understand the weight of those words, but they didn't do a really good job of conveying the weight of those words before those words were said, so that the person who's reading it, who hasn't been thinking about it, the only understanding of the weight of the words they have is just what was before them. And if what was before them doesn't lead into that weight the same way, then it could come off as really cliche or really silly or kind of just random, as opposed to the person who's been thinking about it for hours and hours. And they're like, but no, it's because it ties into this, 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 and this, and this. And it's like, yeah, but you have to make that clear in the writing. And that's true for any sort of writing, whether it's writing D&D Homebrew, writing fiction, whatever. Cool, man. Thank you very much. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, I mean, thanks for the feedback. You inspired me to make the homebrew. So really
interesting first piece of homebrew. I'm pleased that you've started making stuff, and I'm genuinely curious to see what other things you come up with, because there's at least 2 ideas in here that are very weird in a way that I think is very promising. As much as I chat talk the size teleport thing, it is fucking weird in a way that is interesting. As much as it is tricky to make work, it's interesting, and I think that that's super good. All right, I'm gonna hang up on you now before I say anything else nice. Bye, click. All right, let us give our dear monkey a round of applause. I was Monkey Wrench. Thank you for sharing. Like, when we're talking about first pieces of homebrew, I would rather read 100 things like the 7 Stride boots where they get some weird mechanic that doesn't actually really work that well but is interesting than an item that just does a bunch of damage and makes the numbers go up and gives you more spell slots. Like, there's so much homebrew that's just, I want to be stronger and now I am. This is like so weird and interesting, you know? So kudos for coming up with a clever idea and trying to implement it. It's always worth doing. Even if the implementation ends up needing some tweaks or doesn't fully work, the process of trying to implement it and trying to write it out is super valuable and a lot of fun. All right, let's grab the DM. DM, how's it going, buddy? Ahoy hoy. You better unmute or I'm gonna hang up on you.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can. How are you today?
Cool.
You sent in some homebrew for me?
Yes, I did. It's in the survey.
All right. I don't see what name did you put on the wheel?
It's under Miles.
Okay. Do you want to be called the DM or do you want to be called Miles?
Miles is fine.
Okay. Now I believe I don't know if I looked at this piece before on stream, but it is familiar to me. Did we talk about part of it on stream before, or did I just read it as I was skimming the Discord?
I don't think you've reviewed it before. I have submitted it in the past, but it has not been reviewed as I recall.
Then I might have just skimmed it as I was looking at pieces that were put in. Okay, so before we look at this, is your goal here that you want me to help with a specific aspect of it, or is your goal here that I'm doing a general feedback?
I would like a general review.
All right, I'm not going to mute you, but I'm going to ask that you don't interrupt me if you don't like what I'm saying until it's your turn to speak. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, cool. It's hard to do. Not everyone's able to do that. Path of the Machine. In worlds with advanced machinery or mad engineers, some barbarians wind up with parts of them augmented with machinery. I would switch the words around here, so we start with barbarians. I would say I would say like Path of the Machine barbarians augment themselves with advanced machinery. I might even tweet it on like that. I don't know if we need this intro. These barbarians are augmented with powerful engines of smoke and fire, which enable them to push beyond the limits of biology. This could honestly be your first sentence. These barbarians might have been augmented by an infernal engine or wizard's arcane apparatus. You can choose the form of your engine or determine by rolling on the augmented engine table. Oh, that's nice. This is a fun thing to do. A little bit of encouraging flavor in different directions. Love to see it. Whenever people do this, I think it's a big benefit. This is a 2014 rules, but we are using the burning condition, which is just creatures take a little bit of damage, right? Yeah, 1d4 damage at the start of each of their turns. Okay, let's see what this thing actually does. At 3rd level, Engine Overdrive. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, your physicality is enhanced beyond the natural by your augmented engine. As long as you're raging, you gain the following benefits. You get more movement speed, you get resistance to fire, and your maximum jump distance is increased by your rage damage bonus ×5. Okay, a couple thoughts here. The resistance to fire damage, I think, is very fitting. Totally makes sense. The walking speed, barbarians already get increased walking speed at 5th level. I don't think we need it here. It feels like you're just getting more barbarian stuff. I don't buy that your move. This doesn't. I don't think this is the move. I would cut this. And the jump speed is kind of like. Jump speed is kind of annoying to give because it doesn't actually affect your movement speed and it's kind of tricky. And I sort of argue, I would go back and be like, based on what you've said here, this is not a speedster barbarian. I don't really know why we're running around and jumping super fast. I would say this to me is missing the mark. Fire resistance I think is fine. But I would put some other stuff in here probably. Also at 3rd level, you can cause your engine to fire up when you use your reckless attack and hit with an attack in the same turn. You can immediately spew flames in a 15-foot cone. Oh, duh. Yeah, this should not be a feature that only is tied to reckless attack. This should just be a thing that you get while you're rage. I would drop the movement speed, drop the jump speed, make this a thing that you get while you're raging. Raging, at 3rd level, while you're raging, you gain resistance to fire damage. In addition, when you rage and as a bonus action, on your subsequent turns while you're rage, you can emit a 15-foot cone that burns everybody inside it. They only get the burning condition. That's not good. That kind of sucks. So that's pretty underpowered for a couple of reasons. One, it does nothing immediately. So it's going to be very lackluster feeling a lot of the time. Genuinely, it's going to be a bummer for players to be like, I use this cool feature. Everyone now has the burning condition. On each of their individual turns, they will each take 1d4 damage. Maybe that would work in Baldur's Gate. I don't think it's a particularly good way of involving it here. I would make it more like the spell Burning Hands. I would just make them all immediately take some fire damage. The other thing is, this is not a super good setup for this, because this is giving us a AoE ranged damage dealing feature. But we can only trigger it by being in melee. Like, so it's a lot weaker. Part of the advantage of having something that you can affect a 15-foot cone with is you can hit stuff that's flying. You can hit stuff that's out of your range. You can't do that with this because you have to be able to land a hit before you even get the feature. I think it's a great idea to tie stuff to reckless attack. I don't think that's the move here. I would just make it a bonus action, little Burning Hands type AoE. You deal some damage. Let's see. At 6th level. Did I miss something at 3rd level? No. Overheat. Beginning at 6th level, when you cause a creature to start burning with your Reckless Flare, you can also cause yourself to start burning. Why would you do that? I don't understand. As long as you're burning, your melee attacks deal an additional 1d6 fire damage on a hit. Whenever the creature hits you with a melee attack, it takes 1d6 fire damage. Oh, God. I'm not going to be mean here, but I'm going to tell you really honestly, I do not like this. I think it is such a mistake. How many of these... I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to keep reading this, but genuinely cut this out. This is bad. This is not good. This is like a Blood Hunter, but way fucking worse. Because here's what I guarantee you, $10 says we are going to get features later that mitigate this damage that we get. $10. You are giving us a downside so that you have to solve it later. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be helpful. It's not even particularly evocative. I would just fucking cut it. Okay. In terms of you dealing extra fire damage and creature taking fire damage when they hit you, I think that could be kind of interesting. And what I would probably do is I would probably get rid of 80% of this feature, and I would make it where, like, I would tie it into this, burn it into this. So let's say you change this so that it does AoE fire damage, like a little burning hands. So then I would say the 6th level feature would probably be like, something like, when a creature hits you with a melee attack that you have dealt fire damage to within the last round, they take fire damage. Maybe something like that. Or maybe something like, while you're raging and a creature hits you, you can use your reaction to deal some fire damage to them. Fire damage on every single hit is just way too much. You dealing fire damage on every single hit and other creatures taking fire damage from you on every single hit is way too much. And you taking damage from the burning thing to activate it does not balance this. That is not an argument for this being balanced. It just makes this feature less fun and I'm positive is going to fill the subclass with more gobbledygook that we don't need later. So I think this feature needs a pretty big rework, and I think that anything in here that's going to have to deal with you negatively affecting yourself should go and probably needs a big rework. All right, let's take a look. We get another feature at 6th level. We shouldn't get... This is so strong, dude. No. I would not give us another feature at 6th level. I was going to see what it is, but don't give them both of these if you're doing this. This is really strong. At 6th level, you have learned how to reduce your engine's heat while resting, enabling you to recover more quickly when you expend hit dice. See, I fucking told you, chat. We are getting a way to heal to mitigate the fact that we're damaging ourselves. So this is why the damaging yourself is not a downside, because we are immediately solving the problem. All right, let's see. Enabling you to recover more quickly whenever you expend a hit dice to regain hit points as part of you taking a short rest. You regain additional hit points. Equal to your bone... Hit die equal to your rage damage modifier? I don't think that's really exciting. I don't know. Nah. It's like, cool, when you take a short rest, you get a little bit more hit points. I'm going to argue that I don't think barbarians have enough real estate in a subclass to give them something so lackluster. I don't think we have space for it. I think this is not that impactful, not that interesting. It really doesn't help sell the fiction of the subclass. Like, as much as I don't like Overheat, it sells the fiction of the subclass. This just feels like a thing we're doing to try to alleviate. I don't like it. I would just drop it. Let's look at 10th level. Beginning at 10th level, your engine's hungry flame absorbs the worst scorches dealt to you as long as you're raging. Fire damage can't reduce you to 0 hit points. See, another thing that's trying to mitigate the burn. This is not a fun 10th level feature. You know what this 10th level feature is? This 10th level feature is an incredibly situational feature that might make sense if you are building very much in a focused perspective. But one of the things that you have to keep in mind is that a D&D game is so much larger than whatever you envision for your subclass. This is such a one-note feature. Like, let's assume, okay, I think there's two ways to go in this feature. One is the assumption that it's so that you can keep using Overheat without fear. And that is acceptable. If you keep Overheat, that's an acceptable thing to be here. But it's still a non-feature. It's not giving us anything. It's just making the bad side that we had a little bit less bad. And ideally, when you give a subclass feature, you want it to give something. You don't want it to just take away a bad thing that you gave earlier. Now, if we take away overheating, okay, if we don't count overheating, this is so fucking situational. Like, fire damage is common, but it's not that common. Like, there's so many damage types. Like, this is a feature you're going to get to use so rarely that it's a non-feature. It doesn't feel like a feature. The other thing that I would say is normally at level 10, a barbarian doesn't get another defensive feature. Normally at level 10 or level 14, they get something that improves their initial 3rd level feature or expands on their 3rd level feature, and then they get something brand new that is either very combat oriented or like utility combat oriented, but it's almost never defensive. Let me look at 14th level. Once you reach 14th level, your augmented engine can now burn with unbelievable heat, pushing you to inhuman feats. Okay, yeah, so this could be a version of that's kind of what I mean by enhancing a thing, so I see what you're doing. Oh, don't do exhaustion. What are you doing, my guy? Come on, man. So one of the best things we can do when we're making homebrew is learn from the mistakes of D&D. Notice how rarely the Berserker Barbarian was used after any other Barbarian came out. Why? Because it gives the exhaustion condition. Exhaustion fucking sucks. It's not fun to have a feature that gives the condition. I would not do that. Let's see. So you can do a super rage to gain some new features. Any creatures that take damage from burning while within 30 feet of you take extra damage, and it ignores. This feels like. I mean, I'll tell you what. To be honest, if this was the only thing it did, that would be enough, and still may be too much. When you take the attack action immediately before or after each attack, you can use a burning. Again, I think that this. I don't think you could. I would just draw. Yeah. I think you missed the mark here, my guy. I think the problem is that this is that your initial overheating engine thing doesn't really fit. It doesn't feel like this doesn't feel great right now, and I think that this needs to be fixed. And if that is fixed, you probably could build a better version, an upgraded version at 14th level. But it needs to build off of a stronger foundation initially. And what I would do here is, instead of giving you a level of exhaustion, I would either make it just an improvement of your core stuff, or make it a thing you can do. It's a special rage that you can do once per day. But I would not give the exhaustion feature. Also, Triple as K319, thank you for the prime. All right, so those are my main thoughts. I think that you are relying too much on this overdrive burning back, this cycle that I'm sure works really well in video games when you have a full party of characters you're controlling, but I don't think it's going to work super well right here. Those are my main thoughts. I think there's some interesting ideas in here, but I think that there's a couple big missing the marks, or not necessarily missing the marks, but steps that I think kind of throw it off. So the rest of it kind of stumbles because of that. The foundation needs to be a little bit stronger. I think you can tie both of these together into a rage-based feature that could be really fun and solid. And then just drop this and come up with something that is more defense utility at 6th level. And then have probably something at 10th level that's just completely new. And then build this based on how you rebuild the 3rd level feature. That's my main feedback. Those are my thoughts. If you have any questions, thoughts, concerns, aspirations, please share. I think there's some really interesting ideas in here. Oh, this was the other thing I was going to say. Other thing. Burning is kind of lackluster. Burning 1d4 damage to a group of creatures is really good at level 3. It's not even really good. It's okay at level 3. It's pretty bad by level 10. So I wouldn't build this subclass around the burning mechanic. I would build it around damage numbers that I pick that I can scale. That way it can grow in a way that feels good for balance. Those are my thoughts. Do you have any questions, concerns, aspirations?
No, I don't think so.
All right, cool. Thank you very much for sharing. If you do want to lean, let me leave you with this. If you do want to lean into the burning, I think the key is tying in features later that allow you to have unique impacts on creatures that have the burning condition. So it's almost like you're proccing the burning condition with your bonus action or with your attack so that you can access other things later. Do you know what I mean? Like, there could be a 10th level feature where it's like, as a bonus action, you can target a creature that has the burning condition and make them explode as if you cast fireball from their position. After you do so, they lose the burning condition. You know, something like that. Something where it's like you're sort of using burning to expand on your character's stuff. If you don't want to do that, I might just drop the burning and lean more into the you generate heat and blast out bits of heat. Cool. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. It's a fun idea. There's definitely some good bones in here for sure. If you like making a thing that makes your character get damaged by using their feature, I'm not going to tell you not to do it, but I am going to tell you I don't think it ever works well. I think the only places that it works well are in magic items, because I think as soon as it's tied to a core class feature or a core subclass feature, it's just not how the game is super designed. It's just not really how the game is designed, and it's a lot. I mean, you've seen it with the Blood Hunter. Like the Blood Hunter, like the reason why that character died in Critical Role is because the Blood Hunter isn't well designed. It's because they had to damage themselves to do stuff. Okay, those would be my thoughts. Thank you. You could maybe make something like that work, but it is sort of deciding to go like extra hard mode. All right, I'm gonna hang up on you now. I love you. Thank you for sharing. Bye. Click. That was Miles, the DM. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Who's DMing me? What's up, Steph? Guys, have you watched, did you watch the rehearsal? Oh my goodness. Yeah, let them cast Fireball on themselves. That could be a really fun idea. I like that idea a lot, actually. Man, I just finished season 2 of the rehearsal. So good. So good. Like, some of the best shenanigans I've ever seen. Like, makes you, like, question. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, I aspire to be like this. I aspire to be a big boy. Okay. Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I am going to say we're going to take one more call, and depending on where my energy is at the end of that call, that might be where we end the stream for tonight. Tomorrow night, we are doing a special kind of stream. I'll try to figure out why OBS kept disconnecting. And it is a special stream for my Twitch subs, for my YouTube members, and for my patrons. Now, it's going to be a live stream. You can all watch it. But specifically, people that are YouTube members, Twitch subs, or patrons, what I ask you to do is send me in a little bit of info about your home game, your campaign, and we are going to make some special homebrew just for you. And the types of homebrew we can make are either a magic item or a boon or something that is like for the players, a monster or an NPC, a challenge or a puzzle or like a dungeon type room, like an encounter basically, or some sort of regional world building type rules or mechanics. So if you are a sub on Twitch or a member on Patreon or a member on YouTube, you can find the submission form already. It's both in my Discord, and it should be up on all the different things that you would need to depending on what platform you're on. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the wheel again, but we together are going to be making some homebrew for you. And if you are not a member or a Twitch sub or whatever, don't worry. You can still hang out. You can still come, and we're going to work on it together. And it will be similar to these streams, where as much as we are making something, we're sort of talking about the process at the same time. So hopefully the things we make will be valuable for everyone, and that it could be kind of a fun, like, building, working together type thing. Okay? Does that sound good to everybody? That's what we're doing tomorrow. All right, let me get our dear Josh. Hello, Josh. How's it going, buddy?
Hello.
Hi, man. Did you send in some homebrew for us to look at, or did you want to discuss something?
Yes, so real quick, I do not want to waste your time with it.
Sure.
I just wanted this is kind of a long shot, but this is kind of the only outlet I know of for like review in this nature.
Yeah.
I wrote, it's like a it's not homebrew, it's like a creative writing kind of thing, and I was looking for someone to look through it, but I completely understand if that's
how long is it?
It's 3 pages long.
How about this? Is it like a short story?
Yes.
Let me. Did you send it in or no?
Yeah, it's under Goober on the wheel.
All right. Let's look at the first paragraph. Is that
Okay.
Is that sound good?
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate it. Anything at all. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it.
Is it a script?
Yeah, it's a script. It's an audio drama I'm writing. It's
Oh,
basically...
that's a lot. Leia, let me read a little. I'll read more than a paragraph of it. I thought it was like a short story. Leia, I'll
Okay.
skim it a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna. What level? Okay, before we actually give feedback on it, though, what level of feedback are you looking for?
I would love just I've hopefully ironed out all the grammatical stuff. I just love to know like how you feel about like the flow of it, and I don't know, just if it's I don't know exactly how to word this. Just honestly, if it's interesting and if the concept is any good, if it's something I should continue to pursue.
Is there anything I should know about it before I start reading it? I'm going to tell you right now. I see very little initial stage directions, so it's going to sort of be like, how well does this person's speech stand up on its own?
Yeah, basically, it's the general concept. It's
and it's an audio drama.
Yeah. Basically,
Okay.
the concept is the main character. He works under a wizard at a mage college. He's in the library, and essentially, he's been tasked with people sending in oddities that have happened to him, and he's using the resources of the library to figure out what happened to them. So he gets like a submission, and then he has to solve it, basically.
All right, I'm going to read the intro, and then I will give some thoughts, depending on if I have them or I'll read more. It's Atlas Greenshade. Magdor Mage College Library morning. Crackling and shimmering noises fill the air until a voice suddenly becomes clear. Hello, is this thing on? I'm pretty sure I got the spell right this time. There we are, hello. This is Atlas Greenshade, apprentice to the great and powerful Evandra Halfmoon, tamer of the elements, master of time and space, and currently the person who provides me room and board, which is why I'm doing this. Recently, Evandra placed flyers in all the major cities and some smaller ones, essentially advertising the library and its services. It's a new program we're starting, basically, an advanced column. People send in accounts of unexplained experiences, and I use the library's vast resources to resolve their mysteries. Sometimes, if required, I'll travel into the field for more hands-on investigation, especially when the library holds no relevant information. Evandra has asked me to record my experiences on these spell gems, probably for some scholarly reason, or more likely her personal entertainment. With that out of the way, let's begin the most recent and first submission. This one is from Anurav Sapphire regarding a sickness afflicting his adventuring party caused by a strange creature found in a pool. Okay, I got a lot of thoughts. Okay.
Awesome.
So let me ask you, I'm going to ask you some questions. This is a little bit like the podcast takes place in the universe, right? Like this is like a
Yes.
Okay. So in the universe, what is the point of this person who are they making these recordings for in the universe?
As of now, they're going to be like put into this is for both the person who submitted the thing and for review by Evandra, the wizard he's working for.
So okay, so this intro does not make sense in that context.
Right.
This intro makes sense if they are making this recording for an audience, but they're not.
Okay.
They're making it for their boss. So I would get rid of the intro. I wouldn't. Okay. If you want to have an intro, make the intro say something like almost like a Twilight Zone type thing, where it's like, across space and time, deep in the land of Felderspar, a very tired wizard's apprentice has to categorize some of the most dangerous items in the universe. These are their tales. And then jump right the fuck in. Here's the problem. Here's the thing. With any sort of show, especially like audio drama, you want to capture us pretty quick. I want to know the point pretty quickly, and I don't really know the point when I'm done reading this. And I don't even necessarily mean the point of the show. I mean the point of like, keep listening. Like, I think would genuinely be much better if it starts with like, I think this thing is working. Hey boss, okay, I found the object, and there's a lot of dead bodies, but I have the spells you told me to prepare, and we're going to go through it. We're going to figure out what happened here. Do you know what I mean? Like, start in media res if you can. I think that's going to do a lot of help. And the best advice I would get, not the best, but one of the most fun things about a story or fiction that takes place in universe is that it wouldn't explain itself, because it doesn't need to explain itself, because it exists in a universe where its explanations are self-evident because it exists in a universe where it exists. Do you know what I mean? So you sort of want the explanation to be more show, not tell. So, for example, instead of saying all of this stuff, I think you actually do a really good job of show, not tell, literally, with this phrase here. Apprentice to having a sigh and then a big verbose name. That's great. This tells us everything we need to know about the relationship between this character and their boss. But a lot of the other stuff we could just get in media res. And I would lean into that. Let us learn about the universe as we explore it, because it's like, I'm trying to think of a good way to say. Think about it like you're running a D&D campaign, okay? The best way to get people involved in your world lore is not to explain your world lore. It's to have them encounter a town where there's this giant stone and these red nails hammered into it, and every night a different person has to hammer a red nail into it, and they're like super anxious about it, and the whole town is like really, and you're like, then your players are like, why the fuck what is that? What is that? Like that's going to make them want to learn about like the door of the abyss, as opposed to you saying, okay, in this world there's a door of the abyss, and every night people have to nail things onto walls, even though you're literally giving the same information. So I think that's going to be I would say main advice is try to start as in media res as much as possible. I think the concept is interesting, but I also think that I was reading it out loud the first time that I read it and trying to do it sort of performatively, so I don't think I necessarily took it in as much as I would if I was just listening to it. But I would take not all of the information in this, but the relevant information in terms of like what literally the show is, what the show is, like collecting research or whatever, and I would distill that into a sentence, and I would give that sentence and not much more. Like, to be completely honest, if you were to ask me what this show was about, I don't think I could tell you right now. I would say it's about an apprentice that's like doing research or helping their boss. But that's sort of me guessing. Like, I would so this I think is a little bit of doing you a little bit of a disservice in this opening. I think we need to get to the point much more quickly, or this needs to just be the story starting. So by the time I'm done this paragraph, I'm like invested in the story. I'm not invested in anything by the end of this paragraph. I'm still sort of waiting for the story to start. The other thing that I would say is there's a lot of stuff that is, I would, even though it's the way people talk, I would get rid of it until you're really good at writing the way people talk. Anytime you say basically, or any of the sort of stumbles that you have here, essentially, basically, that kind of shit, I would pull that out of the dialogue until you get to a point where you really know the characters well enough to know it's uplifting the dialogue. Because that sort of stuff, it can work, but a lot of the time, if it's not very important for the character or very self-evident in the character, it can sometimes detract from the if and when they want. Sorry, I just got disconnected again. Guys, I don't know what is up with OBS. I'm going to spend some time tomorrow afternoon. I'll spend some time tomorrow afternoon to try to figure out what the fuck's going on. This might be the kind of thing where I need to not do... It might be Restream that's messing up, which is what I used to stream on Twitch and YouTube. So maybe tomorrow will just be a YouTube streaming day, maybe. Or I'm just gonna, I gotta do a little bit of looking into it. I'm not sure. I think the problem is on OBS's side, so we'll see what happens. But that's my main thoughts, is that I think that you want to make sure you're coming in hot when you come in.
Okay. So maybe do kind of a Twilight Zone style intro and then jump right into the action instead of having him do the exposition himself.
Yeah, like, or it could be him doing the exposition, but it's like a little preamble, like, My name is Captain Underpants, and I work for this crazy old witch, and I have to take all these notes. So here they are. You know?
So just separate the two from each other, essentially.
Yeah, because whenever you're writing fiction, whether it's a play or a short story or anything, or a movie or whatever, you want to be careful to try to do as little exposition as possible. And it's hard. That's almost harder. It's a harder habit to break when you're doing like audio stuff because you have less tools. But really try to avoid exposition.
Right.
Exposition is only interesting once people have bought in. And even once they have bought in, it can be a little like disarming in not a good way. Like it can pull them out of the experience. If you have, it's like in the horror movie when the scientist comes and explains how the monster works. Even though that exposition is happening towards like the middle end of the movie, usually it's always a little bit of like, oh, all right, it's like an eye roll, like it doesn't feel realistic, you know. So I would avoid exposition unless it really does feel realistic, or it's so short that it's not taking up that much time, or you've gotten to a point where you've really earned it, like explaining the nuance of the magic system of your world. Should not be how you start your fiction. But if you've written like 4 or 5 chapters and people are like invested, maybe chapter 6, they meet an artificer and the artificer starts explaining to the character how the magic of the world works. And by then it's like, okay, I'm kind of interested. I bought in, so I'm willing to sit down and let someone explain something to me that isn't just narrative and action, you know? Or I can sort of I have enough of the story in my head that I can sort of connect it to the mechanics, you know?
I see. Okay.
That's my main thought.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for sharing. Very rarely do people share shit that isn't homebrew, but I love reading. I like reading anything, man. All right. Thanks for the call. I appreciate you not asking me to read the whole thing. All right. Hanging up on you now. Bye. Click. All right. That was our dear Josh. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to be honest. I know we usually go for a million years, but part of me streaming needs to be me ending at a reasonable time for me. I think 6 to 10 is pretty good. We just did 4 hours, a little more than 4 hours. So we are going to wrap now. But we will be back tomorrow. Beans indeed. Beans indeed. And you guys are absolutely great. You're the best. And thank you very much for being here. Again, if you tomorrow we're going to be helping people design some stuff for their homebrew games. So if you happen to be a member on YouTube, a sub on Twitch, including Twitch Prime, you can submit to this thing. All the information's in the Discord. And you just send in a little bit about your campaign and what sort of homebrew you want. And we together as a stream are going to help build some for you. Hopefully some stuff that you can integrate into your game as quickly as possible, like next session, maybe even. Anyway, you guys are absolutely the best, and we are going to start saying goodbye. So thank you for being here. You're a champion. Be good to each other. I love you. Have a good night. Don't forget to feed your pets.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me.
Oh, short credits. All right, love you guys. Have a good night. Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye. Bye. I love you. Bye.